If only she was some kind of hero sent to defeat the demon girl for me. Rimi's potential presence was weighing on me so heavily, I was starting to wish for the impossible. My entire life was slowly being taken over. At this rate, I was sure to be killed by somebody soon.
私が来たの。
The transfer student whispered, staring into my eyes. Did that mean she came to save me? She came to save me. The transfer student is a professional exorcist. Her wimpy looks are actually camouflage. She is here to kill Rimi. You two kill each other.
たくみくん、私はここに殺すために来ました。悪魔を滅ぼします。
The transfer student's eyes were teary, but there was no intense power in them. She looked so weak, but her words felt strong. She must have looked like a crazy person to the rest of the class. The other students were all staring at her, uncertain how to react to her strange words. But in my heart, I was overjoyed. I was saved. Some exorcist organization must have sent her to defeat Rimi for me. Hooray! Go get her, please.
たく、騙されないで。
I could hear the fear in Rimi's voice from behind me.
その転校生の狙いは私じゃない。タクだよ。その子の言うことを聞いちゃダメ。悪魔さん、惑わすのはやめなさい。あなたはここで終わりです。悪魔はあなたでしょ。
うるさいな。
I didn't really care which of them was the demon anymore.
僕はブラチューと演奏をして毎日を平穏に過ごせればそれでいいんだ。お前たちがどうなろうか知ったことじゃない。とりあえず2人で殺し合ってくれると助かる。で、相打ちで2人とも死亡ってエンディングを希望。
Tension filled the room at my words. A transfer student whose name I didn't even know, and a demon girl who wasn't even part of this class 2 days ago. The two were glaring at each other from the front and back of the classroom, ready to launch themselves into battle. The teacher and my other classmates were just watching, helplessly.
いいよ。タクの言う通りにしてあげる。私も異論はないです。殺してあげろ。暗殺者。あなたを殺します、悪魔さん。
The two flung themselves into an epic battle. Or did they? No. No, they did not. Which of course never actually happened. The transfer student was still standing there, timidly, not saying a word. Rimi wasn't screaming or crying. I didn't even know if Rimi was actually here in the room. The class started to murmur louder as it became clear that the transfer student wasn't going to say a word. The teacher gave her a reassuring pat on the shoulder.
どうやら折原は緊張しているようだな。よし、挨拶はいい。みんな、この子は折原梢だ。仲良くしてやってくれ。折原、席は一番後ろだ。席についていいぞ。
The transfer student bowed silently and started to walk towards me. Her seat would be 4 rows behind me. I thought about pretending to follow her with my eyes as she walked, so I could look back and see who was there. But if I did, I would stand out a lot. Some DQN might see me and say, "Don't stare at the transfer student just because she's cute." Then they would try to beat me up. What should I do? Turn around or wait until homeroom ended? My head drooped as I squeezed my fists tightly. It was no good. I didn't have the courage. If I turned around and saw
その人
her,
って悪い人なの？だったらね、本当に殺してあげてもいいよ。
the transfer student passed by me. I gasped and looked up at her. Our eyes met, but she quickly turned away and passed me by. That voice. It was a delusion, right? Maybe I was under so much stress I was starting to lose sight of the distinction between delusion and reality. In the end, I stayed there trembling in my seat, without the courage to look around. I focused on trying to calm my fear of Remy, who I was sure was watching me. It couldn't hurt to listen to a message, right?
楠木優愛です。ごめんなさい。突然お電話しちゃって。ただ、どうしてもお話ししたいことがあって。セイラちゃんの新しいフィギュア、私も買いました。西条くんのおかげです。ありがとうございました。とっても可愛いんですけど、ちょっとエッチですね。買うときすごく恥ずかしかったです。あ、そうそう、今週のブラチュー見ました？すごい展開でしたね。私見ながらずっとドキドキしちゃって。この多重人格者、あなたが殺したの。人殺し、真犯人、罪を償いなさい。逃がさないから。その目、誰の目？
I knew it was just a delusion, and I still felt terrified. It was totally possible that Yua could have gotten my number from somewhere and called me. I didn't really want to listen to the message, but after using a delusion to simulate the worst possible scenario, I was ready to at least try listening to it. I shook off my depression and played the call. I looked around a bunch of times to make sure the demon girl wasn't anywhere nearby, and put the phone up to my ear. Nobody came out. Maybe there really was nobody here. Okay, if that was the case, I picked up the box meal and headed straight for the automatic doors. I stood in front of the door. The automatic door opened. I tried to go outside.
待て
The cashier finally came out from the back. He was a gloomy, unimpressive-looking guy, maybe a college student. He leaned over the counter and glared at me with empty, lifeless
お
eyes.
前今万引きしようとしただろ
I sighed and headed back to the register.
あんたが出てこないからでしょ。
すいません居眠りしてました
His bow to me was fake and accompanied by a mocking laugh. I snapped. This store was doing a terrible job of training its employees.
ねえ、当然タダで持って帰ってもいいよね。
はそれとこれとは別じゃないですか
あんたの責任なんだからあんたが代金立て替えろよ。
ふざけんなニート野郎
この
My hand flew out before I even knew it. A lightning-fast punch hit him right in the nose. He flew backward with a pathetic screech, slamming into a shelf and falling to the ground. It was a beautiful punch, if I do say so myself.
すいません
He got on his knees and bowed to me, his nose bleeding and tears falling from his eyes.
お金は結構さだから帰ってください
分かればいいんだよ。
I took 4 pieces of dorayaki from the stand near the register and walked over to the door, satisfied.
二度と来るかバカ。
With a final awesome one-liner, I left the store. Several minutes had passed while I was lost in my delusion. There was no sign of any employee at all. In the real world, I would never do any of the DQN-like things I had done in my delusion. But I wasn't assertive enough to call out for anyone either. I just stood there in the empty store. I wanted to believe that the cashier was just asleep, so I waited another 5 minutes. But there was still no sign of the cashier or anybody else. There wasn't even any sound. My body froze. I would have to work up my courage and act natural.
おはよう、咲畑さん。
おはよ
Okay, good. First contact had worked out well. I gave a sigh of relief, but Remy frowned slightly.
う。ねえタク、なんで急に妙ちくりんな呼び方するの？
妙竹林。
咲畑さんなんてなんだか他人行儀。今までみたいに呼んでよ。
Would I always call her? I wasn't sure what that was, but
じゃあリミ。
お、なんだいタク。
いや特に何もないけど。
じゃあ私から一言。
She coughed and looked around to make sure no one was watching before bringing her face close to mine.
タクは大地みたいになっちゃダメだよ。ああいう女たらしはいつかひどい目に遭うに決まってるから。
うん。肝に銘じておくよ。
タクのそういう素直なところ、私好きだな。
You like me. Wait, was I a good boy from her perspective?
そもそも私、大臣のことで一つだけどうしても許せないことがあるんだよね。あれだけあちこちの女子に声かけてるのに、私には全く見向きもしないってこと。ひどいと思わない？
え、三角くんに口説かれたいの？
Well, it would only make sense if she did. He was attractive and fun to talk to. Even if he was a playboy, I could still see girls wanting to date him. Remy, however, gave an obvious frown.
タク、冗談きついよ。大臣に口説かれるなんて想像しただけで鳥肌立っちゃう。
She wrapped her arms around herself and shivered dramatically.
私はノーサンキュー。でもなんていうのかな、女としてのプライドっていうものがあるわけじゃない？ねえ、タクから見て私ってどう？魅力ある？
That was a hard question to answer.
どう？
Her eyes were gleaming with excitement, and her chest was puffed out with anticipation. Well, sure, I guess she was attractive, but it took a lot of courage to say it out loud.
認めたくないものだな。
若さゆえの過ちというものを。
引っかかった。
Remy grinned, satisfied. Was she an otaku, maybe? I chuckled a little. This was a silly little conversation, but it was a lot of fun. I had never really talked to a girl like this before. For some strange reason, I felt like I could get along with Remy. So the next word slipped out of my mouth naturally.
リミは魅力的だよ。
Remy flew back in an exaggerated gesture and turned bright red.
面と向かって言われると恥ずかしい。でもありがとう。タクにそう言ってもらえるとすごく嬉しい。大臣に口説かれるより1億兆倍嬉しい。
1億兆なんて桁はないけど。
なんとなくニュアンスで分かってよ。それだけスケールの大きい嬉しさってこと。
This must be what a normal kid's life is like. Having conversations like these every day. Every day must be fun and fulfilling. The whole world must look different. But I couldn't be like that. The real me couldn't even look at Remy. I was just staring down at my desk silently. I hated my own cowardice. How depressing.
タク？
Since I wasn't saying a single word, Remy seemed a little scared when she talked to me. But I couldn't even react. From her perspective, it must look like I was ignoring her. In my mind, I knew this wasn't right, but I still couldn't bring myself to do anything.
大丈夫？
This time I nodded desperately. I probably looked really weird.
そうだったらいいんだ。
Her tone was gentle. It was impossible to believe, but she was actually sticking with me through the silence. She wants to know if I'm okay. Suddenly I wanted to ask her, When she had seen me in front of the 107, how had the world looked to her? I stopped. I tried to think as hard as I could. If I ran, what would she do? Would she come after me swinging her D-sword? I tried to imagine the scene, and it seemed so completely plausible that I quickly stopped. What if I went inside? She liked me. Maybe she wouldn't hurt me. Maybe I could even convince her to sell me a D-sword. It wouldn't be easy to get her to agree, but she might at least be willing to tell me where they were sold. She seemed like she was waiting for me too. That meant she had at least some interest in me. She looked scary, but what if she was actually a good person? That happened a lot with tsundere characters, right? Maybe I was being too optimistic, but the one thing I was sure of was that she wouldn't just kill me the second I walked inside. I could be totally confident of that. This was the middle of Shibuya. We were right in front of Hachiko. There were hundreds of people around us. Killing me in front of all these people would be suicide for Senna. I took a deep breath and stepped inside the train car. If I disobeyed, she would kill me. At least that's how it felt to me. I just nodded instead of trying to resist. I had always thought that a confession of love would be more romantic, more passionate, more joyful. But this wasn't anything like that. It was terrifying. What was supposed to be a confession of love felt more like being on the receiving end of a death sentence. I had no choice but to say no in a way that couldn't possibly be misinterpreted. She was just a stalker. Otherwise, things would totally get out of control. I knocked away her hand violently.
お断りだ。警察に突き出そう。
Yua's expression froze, like she was shocked. Her head drooped low and she began to look timid and weak.
そんなに嫌われてたなんて。ごめんなさい。もうつきまといません。さようなら、西条くん。
She let go and turned away from me, shoulders slumped, and walked out of the booth on unsteady feet. I told her off. I told her off. Seeing her cry actually made me feel great. The idea of being free from that stalker made me so happy. I cheered a little right in the booth. I came back to my senses. Yua was right there, hand over my mouth.
西条くんのこと騙してたわけだし。
She was whispering. I hadn't heard what she had whispered at all. I had been off in my own little world. If only that delusion had been real. But of course it wasn't, and Yua kept
で
talking.
もお願いです。一つだけ言わせてください。これ以上あなたが傷つくのも、あなたが不幸になるのも、あなたのせいで不幸になる人が出るのも見たくないんです。
What was she talking about? She was making it sound like she knew everything about me. She hadn't even spent a full day with me. What could she possibly understand? Was this another of her crazy delusions? I was so terrified I started to flail my limbs about, but Yua wouldn't let go. She might kill me at this rate. Had Shogun given up on trying to trap me and sent Yua as an assassin instead? I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I don't want to die.
ごめんなさい。お願いだから静かにしてください。話はすぐ終わりますから。
Her voice was shaking, but her hands were so strong and holding me so tightly that I couldn't even move. I couldn't believe her tiny hands could have so much power.
師匠くん、
She got closer. I desperately looked away.
もう
Maybe I wasn't sleepwalking. Maybe the person controlling me, a me who wasn't me, another personality who wasn't me. Terrible thoughts came to me. I stood up and looked around once more. The man on the bench with the phone was glancing at me, or so it seemed. Just now a tough-looking man had come into the park and leaned up against a fragile-looking pipe fence, then spread out a paper to read. Here, in the dark place with almost no street lights, the Sauri man who had been walking so quickly through the park was now on the edge of the bridge, staring down at the street below. The officer who had been talking to the homeless people was now looking at me and speaking into his radio. A cold sweat began to drip down my back. Maybe they were all detectives. Maybe they were all tailing me. If so, I was completely surrounded. Yua had decided that I was the killer. What if she had taken her delusions to the police?
ふざけんな。
I whispered soft enough that nobody could hear me. Was this part of Shogun's plot? I didn't do it. I didn't kill anybody. It wasn't me. How come a wimp like me was being chased by the police as a murderer? Why did I have to get caught up in Yua's megalomania? I had to get out of here. My heart was still beating fast and unsteadily, but I had to run. I walked over the bridge, trying to look as natural as possible. In front of me was the bridge heading to Meiji Street. I would go down it and then escape onto Meiji Street. When I got to the middle of the bridge, someone new appeared on the far side of it. It was a woman in a business suit. She had a phone up to her ear and was walking up the stairs with a blank look in her face. Was she a detective too? My heart was racing as I passed by her.
その目誰の目っていう T シャツが流行ってるわよ。今度の日曜日に買いに行くわ。原宿の竹下通りに売っているから。
Something felt wrong. The way she spoke was strange and awkward. It sounded like she was an actor putting on a performance. Who was she talking to on the phone? Was she talking to anybody at all? But in the end, she didn't do anything as I passed by. I made it safely to the stairs. Then I looked back at the park. The police officer wasn't following me. He was still standing in the same spot, saying something into his radio. One of the homeless people was just standing up. The others didn't move. The man on the bench and the man with the paper had both stood up and were walking toward me. They both gave each other a glance. They were signaling to each other. At least that's what it looked like. I looked at the woman again. We had just passed each other, but now she had turned to look toward me. When our eyes met, she seemed startled and looked away. Her phone was still at her ear, but she wasn't talking. I ran down the stairs, overcome by an indescribable fear. As I headed down Meiji Street toward the station, I looked up at the bridge. The woman was leaning over the railing and pointing at me. The two men were running across the bridge. They were detectives after all. They were all with the police. Shit, shit, shit. It was Yua's fault. She had set me up. Should I proclaim my innocence? But right now I was running from the police, and they were probably just going to try and frame me anyway. They wouldn't believe a creepy otaku like me. I didn't have time to think about what would happen next. For now, I just needed to get away from Yua and the police. That one desire was the only thing driving me. Her camisole with the cross design was just incredible. There was no way she was wearing a bra under it. Yeah, I bet she wasn't wearing a bra at all. What kind of underwear did Fess usually wear? It was probably sexy stuff. Black and red, maybe. But personally, I would rather she wore something nice, like white, with a good girl vibe to it. Nugent. Another crazy chick. Find it and you'll be saved. And if I was going to save myself from them, the sword was the only one that Fess was waving around. Was the one that Fess was waving around during her concert. There wasn't a single straight edge on the whole thing. Beautiful. Fess was wearing nothing but white underwear. Fess was beside me and Fess was in front of the stairs. There were two of the same person in the same place. And one of them was in her underwear too. Shocked, I looked back and forth from one to the other. Their face, build, hair, everything was the exact same. The only difference was their clothes and whether they were holding a sword or not. They weren't twins or anything like that. They didn't just look alike. They were exactly the same. I had seen lots of girls in their underwear in H games, but this was totally different. I had seen Nanami in her underwear when she was little too, so this shouldn't have any effect on me, but it did. Vess was standing here in this filthy tunnel in her underwear. It was such an unbelievable situation that my head was spinning. I knew I shouldn't look, but I kept glancing at it anyway. It took a lot of effort to look down so I couldn't see.
ごめん
I found myself apologizing. This was just what I had been imagining in my delusions a few minutes ago. I had been thinking about Fess in white underwear.
君が望んだ妄想
Both of them spoke the same words at the same time. I gulped. My face was turning red with incredible speed. I had to come up with an excuse. I had to come up with some kind of lie. If a 3D girl labeled you a pervert, you were finished. You would be banished from society. Wait. No, that was important. But more importantly, what the hell was going on here? Fess began to talk about something completely different. Internally, I was relieved. I thought she would treat me like I was a pervert, but instead she just ignored what was happening.
日本いいえ世界を見渡してみてもこんな場所他になかなかないわ
Did that have something to do with the D sword? If not, I didn't care. I needed Fess to tell me how to get a real D sword.
新宿でも池袋でもなくて渋谷この街の名前は一人歩きしてしまうくらい
The two Fesses were speaking to me simultaneously, one in front of me and one in back. They were in perfect sync. Listening to them made me feel kind of strange. Maybe Fess had split. Maybe one of them was real and the other wasn't. Or maybe both were fake.
日本中の人たちに刻まれているわ若者の街という記号なぜかしら
Why? Well, I didn't care.
ファッションの街だからお店がたくさんあるから流行の発信者だからよくテレビに映るから交通の便がいいから違うわどれ
The two Fesses paused for a moment. I felt awkward with the Fess watching me both in the front and back.
大いなる意志よ高次存在もっとわかりやすく言えば神による意志
No. Could this be? Was I being recruited for some kind of weird cult? I started to panic. I wasn't sure if I should run. But when she said her next words, that ceased to be an option.
理想度を持ったその意志による導きよ
Shut up. Don't treat me like I'm the killer. I left the classroom and raced to the front entrance of the school. But of course I didn't forget to walk along the side of the hallways with my head down. The bell had rung a little while ago, so the only kids left around were the ones on cleaning duty, or in clubs and on sports teams. There was something slightly lonely and nostalgic about a school after the last bell rang. It didn't matter if it was an old wooden school or a newer one like Suimei Academy. Not that I had ever been to an old wooden school outside of an H game. As I lost myself in thoughts of H games with the wooden school buildings, I could see a strange silhouette at the end of the hallway. It was a girl, slowly walking with two big cardboard boxes in her hands. They were so big I couldn't see her face. She probably couldn't see in front of her either. It was incredibly dangerous. In an H game, this would be my cue to run into her and start her route. I thought about doing it, but I didn't actually try. If anything, I was really cautious around her. There was a decent chance she was one of Shogun's assassins. I had to stay away from her. I had to be careful. I watched her feet closely. She was getting closer, staggering to the right and then staggering to the left. I was walking on the left side of the hallway. When she headed toward the right, I picked up my pace. I managed to get past her without problems. But then, when I heard something fall and looked down, I saw a student notebook. I stopped. Had the cardboard box girl dropped it? I stared at it, trying to think. My first instinct was to be suspicious. Why had she dropped her notebook just now? The timing was too obvious. It was like she was trying to make me pick it up. Could it be a trap? Had she dropped it deliberately? She was holding the boxes with both hands. She didn't have a free hand to do anything. If her notebook had been in her skirt pocket, it would be impossible for her to take it out and drop it on the floor deliberately. But I hadn't seen where it had come from. Maybe the cardboard box girl had it in her hand the whole time and was using the boxes to hide it. I couldn't be sure. Maybe it wasn't deliberate. Most people would assume it was just a coincidence. I watched the cardboard box girl to see what she would do, or tried, rather. Just then she had rounded a corner. I had only seen her from behind for an instant. It wasn't anybody I knew. Probably. Her hair seemed short. Maybe. No, it also seemed long. I couldn't be sure. And of course I hadn't seen her face. It had been hidden by the boxes when we had passed each other. The hallway was empty except for me and the student notebook. The normal thing to do would be to pick it up and take it to the teacher's office, or run after the cardboard box girl and bring it to her. But I was hesitant to do that. I looked around. There weren't any other students nearby. I could hear a group of girls laughing in the distance, but that was all. It was hard to believe this could be a trap. The person who owned it was already gone. What could they do to me? Was there a miniature bomb attached to it? No, that was ridiculous. So even if I picked up the notebook, nothing bad would happen to me. That's right. Yeah, that had to be right. Just in case, I should check who the girl was. She might be working with Shogun after all. I could check her class, her photo, and her name, and then put it right back on the ground. I certainly wasn't going to waste my time going to find her. After taking several glances around to make sure nobody was nearby, I picked it up and flipped it to the first page. I quickly threw the notebook to the floor. What the hell was that? I had this awful, creepy feeling in the pit of my stomach. It wasn't scary as much as it was sickening. Somebody had set this whole thing up to get at me. Who? Who would do this? It had to be that girl. She was working with Shogun after all. I knew it. I had only seen the inside of the notebook for a second, but its owner's name, birthday, class, everything that was supposed to be on the first page was blacked out. The photo had been ripped out too. I felt sick. I suddenly felt like throwing up. I wanted to get out of here as soon as I could. I ran for the stairs, hands over my mouth. By the time I made it to the courtyard, I couldn't hold it in anymore. The second I dropped to my knees, the contents of my stomach came flooding up my throat. Her cheeks turned a little red from embarrassment, and then she spoke as if she had resolved herself to some big decision.
私のこと好きにしていいよ。
I couldn't believe what I just heard. Was she joking or telling me the truth? I couldn't tell. I tried to look away from her, but before I could,
しゃがんで。
Remy glanced around and then pushed my shoulders down hard. Confused, I did what she said. I crouched down, leaning back up against the CD racks. I wasn't sure what she was doing. Then she crouched down in front of me.
膝伸ばして。
Did she mean for me to sit right on the floor? That was something DQNs did, so I didn't want to do it myself. But she grabbed my calf and forced it outward. I obeyed and splayed my legs out on the floor. And then, for some reason, she got up on my leg like she was riding a horse. She put her finger to my lips. Shut up, she seemed to be saying. But we were right in the middle of the store. Remy grinned as if she read my
こ
mind.
こインディーズのコーナーってお客さんあんまり来ないよね。こうしてしゃがんだら周りから見えなくなっちゃう。
Why did that matter?
タク
Remy put her face even closer to mine. I could feel her breath tickling my cheek. It was warm. I felt like I was in a trance, like I couldn't turn my gaze away from Remy's dewy eyes. They felt like they were drawing me in. Remy was staring right at me, and then she moved her hand up and started unbuttoning my blazer buttons one after another.
何を
Remy didn't answer as she put a hand to my necktie. She yanked it hard to pull it off me, and then began to undo the buttons on my shirt.
ねえ人が来る。
そうだね。人が来たらすごくまずいよね。
But despite what she said, her slender hands were sliding inside my shirt to touch my chest. I could feel their cold touch running along my skin. Her smile was sweet and seductive. Usually Remy was bright and cheerful, and not very sexual at all. Seeing her this way made my heart
タク
race.
の胸ドキドキしてる。
リミってテラエロス。
テラエロス
Crap. I had said what I was thinking out loud. I was just that rattled.
それってどういう意味かな。教えてよタク。
It means you're really hot. Her fingers ran up my skin and toward my neck. It felt ticklish, but more than that, it felt good.
私のこと好きにしたくなってきた。
I let my instincts take over and nodded vigorously.
ここでしちゃうか。
I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Do it. Did that mean
何を
おーい
Suddenly I came back to my senses. Remy was waving her hand in front of my face, looking confused. I wasn't on the floor. Remy wasn't riding my leg. We were just standing and facing each other.
どうしたの？急に意識がどこかに飛んじゃってたみたいだけど。
なんでもない
落ち着け。
I took a step back from Remy and turned away from her to catch my breath. Crap, I had had a naughty delusion. What an awful person I was. I felt a strong sense of self-loathing. No, this was her fault for talking about giving me something in return. Anybody would start getting ideas if they heard something like that. Wait a second. What has she actually offered in return?
その調子だと話聞いてなかったでしょう。
うん。
じゃあもう一回言うけど、私のお気に入り CD を貸すっていうので手を打ってくれないかな。ね
は
えねえ、いいでしょ、お願いします、この通り。
あ
Well, this is how it would actually happen in reality, right? Wait a minute. I wasn't into 3D girls. Why was I having these fancies about Remy? I nodded and she gave me a little cheer of joy. It was so funny that I couldn't help but laugh, despite the danger I was in. Sometimes I was surprised at how overly friendly Remy seemed. Down in that tunnel, I had seen her split into two. I hadn't seen the moment it had happened, but when I had turned around, Ayase had been there, and in her underwear too. And I had seen her pull the D-sword out from nowhere too. That wasn't a hallucination or a delusion. After seeing that, I couldn't call her crazy. But there was also what she had said. So that strange thing I had witnessed had happened because I had seen it in my delusions. It was true that just before it had happened, I had been thinking about Ayase in her underwear. Was that what Ayase had meant by power? The power to project delusions into reality, and it was possible that I had it. No. I got up, leaving Remy behind as she stared at the computer screen, murmuring to herself. I went and picked up the toy D-sword in the corner of the room. I stood in the middle of the room and held it out in front of me in the best approximation of an ESO character that I could do. I closed my eyes. In my mind, I envisioned a sword. Of course, the one I had in mind was beautiful, terrible, and impossibly sharp like the ones Ayase and Senna had. I was good at having delusions. After all, I had all kinds of delusions all the time. If I wanted to, I could visualize them down to the slightest detail. When the image seemed firm in my mind, I grit my teeth and clutched the sword tight with both hands. Become real. 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 Focus. Think of nothing else. What you're holding now is a real D-sword, not a toy. Real. My whole body tensed up. Now, show yourself to me. Bring me salvation. Protect me. I opened my eyes. The sword in my hands hadn't changed at all. It was still a cheap toy.
そりゃそうだよな。
There was no such thing as the power to make delusions real. I was old enough to know that. I started to feel embarrassed that I had ever believed it. I sighed and put the sword down, and then I felt a gaze from behind. I felt a prickling on my neck that made my hair stand on end. That gaze again. I could sense it clearly. I was being watched. Don't look at me. I'm not turning around. I refuse to turn around. This time I didn't just sense a presence. I heard a voice. Or maybe it was more like a sigh than a voice. Don't tell me. Had I just made a big mistake? I very quietly turned around. Remy was staring at me. So that was it. No wonder it felt so much stronger than usual. I didn't just feel like somebody was watching me. Someone was actually watching me. Don't confuse me like that. Wait, did that mean she had seen me striking a pose with my ridiculous toy sword in the middle of the room? That was pretty embarrassing. But something seemed wrong. She was staring hard, intense, and unblinking. But what she was staring at wasn't me. It was the toy D-sword. Why did she look so serious? She looked like a totally different person than she had a moment ago when she had been so confused by the pattern. Awful memories came racing through my mind. Remy was on my side. She was on my side, right? But I didn't know everything about her. Did she know about the D-sword, too? I gulped and slowly, timidly called out to her.
たく
Remy's gaze was locked on the toy weapon as she spoke. Her voice was flat and devoid of emotion.
その件だけど
Remy was on my side, right? She wouldn't betray me like Yua, right? If Remy betrayed me too, what would I do?
捨てた方がいいと思う
どうして
My voice cracked. Did Remy know something about it?
だって
Remy finally turned her gaze toward me. I looked away as quickly as I could. Because? Because what?
だってもう高校生だし
Remy suddenly grinned. She smiled at me mischievously. The sudden change knocked all the tension out of my body.
そりゃ男の子っていくつになってもそういうおもちゃが大好きなんだなってのはなんとなくわかるけどさすがにそんな大きなおもちゃ一人で部屋で振り回してるのはどうかと思うよそれが許されるのは小学生までじゃないでもタクの個人的な趣味を私の前で披露してくれたってのはちょっと嬉しいかも私にだけ秘密を教えてくれたみたいで
What? I felt silly for being scared. If they were 2D characters, they would be really moe, but not in 3D. What did she just say? I glanced over at Remy, unsure of what to say. Wait. Why? My mind had gone totally blank. I was having trouble keeping up with this incredible turn of events. I couldn't even move a finger. I was too shocked to even speak.
どうかした
She had taken off the jacket of her uniform, I realized. That wasn't all. She had taken off her skirt too. And the way she was sitting, it looked like she wasn't wearing any panties. That meant Remy was sitting next to me, wearing nothing but a shirt and a bra. The first thing I thought of was a famous H game about a private tutor. It was called Miss Emily Can't Strip, and what I was experiencing now was right out of its third chapter. An H game had come to life, and right here in my room. Was this a delusion, a hallucination, or was it real? Whether it was real or a delusion, Remy was definitely sitting in front of me almost naked. I found myself staring at her chest. With her unbuttoned shirt, I could get occasional glimpses of it. Her light pink bra. Your chest is bigger than I thought it was, Miss Sakihara. Wait, no. No, if you stare, she'll think you're a pervert. Don't look. Don't look at her. I let my gaze fall to the ground. Wait, now I'm looking at her legs. She's not wearing a skirt. I can see your pant. You just said she wasn't wearing any, idiot. They're a very simple design, but very cute. Crap, my little man was starting to boot up. I could smell a sweet scent coming from Remy's body, and her skin felt real in a way that figures and 2D never did. So, this was the power of 3D. It was too sexy to handle, to be honest. All of my deeply held values were in danger of being wiped out. I told myself I wasn't into 3D girls, that I only loved 2D girls. But Remy's body had a destructive power about it that threatened to eradicate those beliefs. I could hear her breathing, like she was a little excited. The fine strands of her hair gently waved as she breathed. Her chest moved up and down with each breath, the sexy way she was rubbing her thighs together. Her dewy eyes, her pink tongue, peeking out from her half-opened lips. It hurt to breathe. My mind was blinking. What was this? I felt like that kind of strange, itchy feeling you get when a sex scene starts in an H game. My mind began to race.
ねえタク
She called to me in a sweet voice. I couldn't take my eyes off her body. I had never seen a girl my age's body this close. Was Remy coming onto me? Did she like me? To be honest, I didn't want to be tempted in such a lewd way. Ideally, I wanted to start off with a platonic friendship, and then we would slowly fall in love with each other until she worked up the courage to say she liked me beneath the legendary tree on graduation day. I would say, okay, and she would start crying tears of joy, and we would kiss. At least that was what I had used to think. But after experiencing the scene unfolding in front of me, platonic friendship could go screw itself.
私喉乾いてきちゃった何か飲み物ある
I stood up, unable to bear the tension between us. Drinks. Maybe in the fridge? I had a thing of soda, but I had already drank out of it. Giving it to her would be
な
weird.
いなら買ってこようかなコンビニって深センの駅前にあったよね
I could sense Remy standing up behind
ちょっと行っ
me.
てくる
You'll be right back? I turned around in a panic, just in time to see Remy, still in her underwear, heading out the door. She was going to the store with her panties showing? That's crazy. Was Remy an exhibitionist?
露出狂
I leapt up and literally fell back in shock. Remy was right there. She hadn't left at all. She was wearing all of her clothes, too. She was looking down at me with wide eyes.
びっくりした急に大声出さないでよさっきから変だよ一人でブツブツ言い出したかと思ったら急に大声上げるしどうかしたの
What was Remy doing here? I had seen her leave. Was the sexy Remy I had just seen a delusion? The sexy Remy had felt so real. I hadn't touched her, but I could tell from looking at her just how soft her skin was. Wait, what was I saying? There was something wrong with me today.
ねえタク
My whole body froze when she spoke. Had I disgusted her? What if she didn't want anything to do with me anymore? Without her around, I couldn't even leave the house by myself.
私喉乾いてきちゃった。何か飲み物ある？
She asked the exact same thing as before. But while she had sounded so sexy a moment ago, this time she sounded completely normal. I shook my head slightly. Remy put a finger to her temple and pursed her lips for a moment in thought.
ないなら買ってこようかな。コンビニって深センの駅前にあったよね。ちょっと行ってくる。
She smiled and left the room without waiting for my answer. All I could do was stare at her as she went. She was going to the store in her uniform. It was completely normal. The sexy Remy had just been a hallucination, after all. Of course it was. I felt a little relieved, but a little disappointed. But the sexy Remy, the second Ayase, what was it that had made these delusions feel so real? Was I the one who had done it, even? Did I have that power or not? If so, how could I use it? How could I get a D sword? There were so many problems facing me that I didn't even know where to start. What was up with that sexy Remy, though? She was way too real to be just a hallucination. It was incredibly sexy even just thinking back on it. I hadn't really stared that much, but I had even seen the wrinkles in her panties. As a self-proclaimed Pantymeister of figures only, I could state that they were incredibly realistic. A mere delusion couldn't recreate that level of detail. Wait, that wasn't what mattered here. Suddenly, my vision went black. I could feel pressure on my eyes. What was happening to me?
誰だ？
Could it be the legendary Guess Who scene? But scholars said it only existed in 2D. In 3D, it was just an urban legend. I never thought I would get to experience it myself. In this moment, I became one of my life's winners. Of course, I knew the answer right away. I had trained myself on identifying voice actors just by listening to their characters. But it was too embarrassing for me to say Remy, right? No, how should I answer? What was this sound?
どう？答えわからない？
Someone was there. I sensed somebody there who wasn't Remy. With my vision closed off, my other senses were heightened. There was another person here. And then the sound of creaking metal. Was it?
その目誰の目？
A sense of terror raced through my body. I tried to knock away Remy's hands, but she resisted.
ちょっとちょっと、ちゃんと答え言ってよ。ズルしちゃダメなんだから。
This was weird. It didn't make sense. Why was she acting so innocent? Didn't she notice? Or was she just pretending not to notice? The fear of not knowing what was going on around me was unbearable. Remy's slender hands were still over my eyes. I grabbed them and tried to pull them off.
タク？
Remy kept resisting. We ended up struggling against each other and her body pressed into my back. I could feel the soft sensation of her breasts, but I didn't have it in me to enjoy them right now.
離せ
I escaped Rimi's grasp, leapt away, and turned around.
どこだ将軍はどこに
Rimi was standing in front of me, looking confused. I looked around. I tried to find the wheelchair. It wasn't there. He wasn't there.
いないそんな
I couldn't see him anywhere. He wasn't outside in the yard or at the entrance. I couldn't see any sign at all of an old man in a wheelchair.
タクごめんびっくりさせちゃった
Rimi looked apologetic. It was hard to believe she was faking it.
今いなかった
何が
車椅子の老人が
Rimi looked confused.
いないよ私は見てないその人と一緒だったの
違うそうじゃなくて
I was starting to lose confidence. I was sure I had heard it, but did I really? The creaking sound of the wheelchair, Shogun's mocking laugh, and then, whose eyes are those? Did I hallucinate that? Was I that on edge? Yeah, that had to be it. Nothing more.
大丈夫だよ
Rimi's smile looked forced to me.
私が一緒に帰ってあげるから怖がらないで
Her words made me feel better. I let her walk ahead of me as we headed for the school gate. If Rimi was my pillar... Oh, okay, that was just being slow to... Okay. Rimi! Like it was planned from the start, like the cry of my heart had been heard. Rimi had come to save me. She flung open the door and came racing inside.
リミ助けて
Rimi looked at me for a moment and then looked around the room. She saw instantly that the computer was the cause of my fear and began to type at the keyboard with an angry look on her face. Shut up, jerk. You leave
こうい
Taku
う時は
alone.
きつく言った方がいいよ
Rimi turned back to me and smiled.
こう言っておけば案外あっさり引き下がるでしょ
Was that really true? Rimi didn't think it was that big of a deal, but maybe that was just because she didn't know a lot about the internet. Wouldn't that just make him even more mad? Especially somebody like Shogun. I gulped and waited for Shogun's next words. They came quickly. There was silence. Oh, no. I knew that would make him mad. That last sentence sounded really pissed off.
どうせ口だけだよ、口だけ。まさかここに直接押しかけてくるなんてことはないって。それよりタク、大丈夫だった？ごめんね、電話くれたでしょ。ちょうどこっちに向かってるところだったから出られなかった。さっきの地震の後、タクが心配になってここまで全力疾走してきたんだ。来てよかった。
Even as she talked, I couldn't take my eyes off the monitor. The words, "I'll kill you," frightened me more than I could say.
なんてこと。
私が来たからもう平気だよ。何の心配もないから。
なんてことしてくれたんだよ。殺される。あいつに殺される。早く逃げないと。
落ち着いて。殺されなんてしないよ。タクの考えすぎ。
Suddenly Remy fell silent. Her eyes narrowed and she looked up at the ceiling.
どうしたの？
その目、誰の目？
She whispered. Her expression twisted, and she put her hands up to her head in pain.
頭、急に痛くなってきた。痛い。そう。
She fell to the ground, as if unable to bear the pain. She shook her head frantically from left to right.
なんで急に。
No. I looked up at the ceiling. Beyond it, to where there might be a satellite, was Shogun attacking.
痛い。痛い。痛い。バレる。嘘。
And then blood dripped from her mouth. The moan suddenly stopped and her body shook. She fell headfirst onto the floor.
リミ。
There was no answer. She wasn't moving at all. She had been killed. Shogun's electromagnetic wave attack from the satellite had killed her. It was such a quiet way to murder. He had killed Remy without making a sound, smell, or anything else that would let you detect him. And the silence only made it more horrifying. There was nowhere to run. I dropped to my knees right there and tried shaking her shoulder.
ねえ、起きてよ。リミ。
There was nowhere to run anywhere on earth.
僕を置いていかないでよ。
Shogun could attack me anywhere I went.
こんなの妄想に決まってる。
I came back to my senses and saw that I was in front of the computer monitor. Remy's comment was gone. Shogun's "I'll kill you" was gone too. I looked around the room and Remy's corpse was nowhere to be seen. It was a relief to know she hadn't been killed, but I was disappointed to know that she hadn't really come. Why didn't you come? Can't you see how scared I am?
Oh, お前だな。
Senna's hot breath tickled my cheek. Her face was close enough that I worried she might bite me. Senna glared at me from up close. And something soft was pressed against my lips. I couldn't understand what had just happened, and I couldn't breathe. I felt like I was going to pass out. I tried to run, but Senna was holding me too tight for me to even move. Something soft and wet slipped between my lips. It licked at my gums and intertwined itself with my tongue, having its way with my mouth. I didn't know what was going on, but for some reason it felt so good. It still hurt to breathe, though. I felt like I was about to pass out. Just before everything went black, whatever it was finally withdrew from my mouth. Senna's lips were wet with saliva. The murder in her eyes was gone, replaced with something like lust. Had she just kissed me?
お前こそ勇者だ。お前の力を私に貸せ。私と一緒に戦え。拒否するのは許さない。
I didn't understand what she was saying at all, but she sounded angry. She brought her face close to mine once more. She pushed her lips against me hard, forcing her tongue into my mouth. Her hot breath and sweet saliva both poured into me.
私は勇者に純潔を捧げるために生まれてきた巫女だ。
Stream Elements said, Stay
I
moist, my
wondered
friends.
idly what H
Hydrate.
game she was taking that from.
お前がいないとこの戦いには勝てない。さあ、血の契約を交わそう。
Senna bit my lip hard. I winced in pain as the taste of blood filled my
お
mouth.
前が欲しい。
This wasn't how you were supposed to ask when you wanted something from someone. None of what she was saying made any sense either. But the way it seemed like she was almost raping me was really turning me on.
おい、無視するな。
I came back to my senses. Senna was still grabbing me hard and pushing me against the playground equipment. Her face was still right up against mine. Our eyes met and I could feel my own face getting hot.
その力のことを誰に教わったんだって聞いているんだ。
I had no memory of being asked that at all. Had it happened while I was fantasizing about her forcing herself on me? I had no idea what was going on, but Senna was still shaking me violently.
誰からだ？答えろ。天聖信仰会とは関係あるのか、ないのか。
Cosmic Church of the what now? I shook my head frantically. I couldn't breathe. I was going to suffocate. I was passing out, dying. I couldn't stay awake. Just before I passed out, Senna suddenly let go of me. I collapsed where I stood. I coughed and tried to force as much air into my lungs as I could. Was Senna my enemy after all? Was she working with Shogun too? If so, I had to get out of here.
関係ないならいい。悪かった。
Senna saw my confusion and looked momentarily annoyed. Then she sighed. She turned to leave. Suwa and Hazuki both suddenly fell silent and then looked up to the ceiling. Then they both gave each other a knowing glance. Suwa sighed, and the bothered expression vanished from Hazuki's face.
見られていたな。
その目誰の目ね。
The two were suddenly speaking as if they were friendly with each other. There was something in their words that made it clear they had known each other for a long time.
西条匠のオリジナルは見つかったか？
いいえ、この病院内にいることは分かっているの。これ、カルテよ。彼は無遊病だわ。
She handed him the chart, despite her reluctance to do it a moment ago. She had had it on her, as if she had known he was going to come.
助かる。じゃあ予定通りにオーフロントに奴を誘導して覚醒させるか。
接触するの？
ああ、顔は隠すけどな。
He gave her a mischievous smile, and then gave her a quick kiss on the lips.
コスプレしてパーティーに出発だ。
よし、繋がった。
Nanami hadn't picked up yet. Come on, pick up. Pick up already. She picked up.
ナナミナナミナナミでしょ。返事しろよ。今どこにいるんだ。大丈夫なの？何か言って。ナナミナナミ。
実は。
Something was wrong. It felt like Nanami was talking to me from somewhere nearby, not through the phone.
お前、一体どこにいるんだ。
ね、
上
I looked up. I could see something moving above my bed. There was what looked like a person squirming between the stacks of H-game boxes. Was this?
そこにいるの？
見つかっちゃった。
It was Nanami, peeking out at me and looking a little apologetic. Has she been hiding there? For how long?
何が手だよ。それより車椅子の怪しいやつに会わなかったか。
Nanami got off the bed. I stared carefully at her to make sure nothing was wrong.
鬼、ちょっと落ち着いてってば。
聞いてるんだ。答えろよ。お前、本当に大丈夫なのか。
それって将軍のことだよね。
まさかあったのか。どこで何をされた。
I grabbed her shoulders and brought my face right up to hers. She might be my bratty little sister, but if Shogun had done anything to hurt her, that was my fault. Shogun had gone after Nanami to get at me. She was just an innocent victim.
ごめん。
I felt so pathetic. I started to cry. The people around me were suffering because of me. How could I call myself a harmless otaku? I was worthless. As a human, as a brother, I was trash.
鬼、泣いてるの？もしかしてナナのことを心配してくれてる？
ごめん。僕のせいで。
泣かないでよ。困ったな。実はあの将軍のメール、ナナのいたずらなんだ。
は？
I didn't understand what Nanami was saying. I just stood there in shock.
つまり将軍って7だったの、最初からずっと。お兄があまりにも7の相手してくれないから、ちょっとからかうつもりでつい。だからね、7は誰にも何にもされてないし、全くピンピンしてるよ。お兄が泣くことなんてないの、わかった？
お前
I felt so relieved. I couldn't believe she had been tricking me like this the whole time. But I was so relieved that the tears just kept coming.
ふざけんなよ。
ごめん、本当にごめんね、お兄。差し入れ持ってきたから、それで許して。
She made an apologetic motion with one hand and then brought out a paper bag she had hidden in the corner of the room. There were 4 little desserts inside, 2 Mont Blancs and 2 slices of cheesecake.
どう？美味しそうでしょ？まあ、当然だよね。ナナの手作りだもん。お兄のために作ったんだからね。ほら、一緒に食べよう。
Nanami put the box down on the desk and brought out 2 paper plates. I couldn't see where she had gotten them from. She put 2 of the desserts on each plate.
ねえお兄、ナナのこと心配してくれてありがとう。すごく嬉しかった。お兄にもいいところあるじゃん。泣いちゃったのはちょっと情けなかったけどね。
Quiet, you lying little sister. After being lied to and crying, my pride was in ruins. I felt like a moron.
でもお兄がナナのお兄でよかった。
She smiled at me. The scene felt just a little more peaceful than usual. If only that scene had been real. That's right. It was just a wishful delusion of mine. Nanami still hadn't answered, and somebody's phone was ringing in my room. It was a cheerful melody, the complete opposite of my own mental state. I felt awful. Nanami's phone had to be in my room. I couldn't think of any other way to explain it, and I couldn't avert my eyes from reality anymore. But Nanami,
タッキーはよくやったよ。妹を亡くした悲劇の兄として今後もやっていけるって。
the older brother who lost his sister.
PTSD って言えば何もかも許されるっしょ。正々堂々と引きこもれるんだよ。あ、もしかしたらさ、どっかの偽善者が同情してタッキーを養ってくれるかもしんないね。ブログに適当なこと書けば出版社に目をつけられてベストセラーになっちゃうかも。日本中が泣いたとか白々しいキャッチコピーがつけられて、それに載せられたバカでゆとりな人たちからの感動した、共感したっていう絶賛の嵐。それで印税もガッポガッポ。半年後に映画化決定っしょ。すごいよ。ナナミッチをここで見殺しにするだけでタッキーにはバラ色の人生が待ってるんさ。さあ、どっちを選ぶ？タッキーがここで頑張ってでも死んで全てが無になるか、バラ色の人生か。
警察の人が後でお話を聞きたいそうですよ。
Hazuki's voice suddenly became cold. She wasn't even looking at me as she wrote something down on her clipboard.
妹さんを殺すなんてひどい人ですね。
What was she talking about?
あなたの家で見つかったそうですよ、死体。
What?
妹さんの手首を切り落として持ち歩いていたなんてまともじゃないわ。
僕は殺してない。
そう主張しているらしいですね。意味不明なことばかり言ってて話にならないって刑事さんがぼやいてました。心神喪失で無罪っていうのを狙ってるんですか？
Insanity defense. A defense used in criminal court by a defendant who has suffered some form of psychological disability that renders them unable to determine the morality of their actions. Article 39.1 of the Japanese Criminal Code says that the acts of the insane are not subject to punishment, and so sometimes the insanity defense can result in an acquittal.
でもみんな思ってますよ。あなたが殺したんだって。
I felt an intense pressure in my chest, around my heart, and everything in front of me seemed to go dark. I didn't even know who I was anymore. I had killed Nanami. That wasn't true.
人殺し。
Suddenly, she stopped writing, and then she turned the clipboard to me. Suddenly, I realized I was back in the room. I had just pulled the sheets aside from my body a moment ago, but now they were back on top of me. Hazuki wasn't standing at my bedside either. I looked around the room as I wiped away the sweat on my forehead. There was a knock, and Hazuki came in, looking a little surprised.
西条さん、目が覚めたんですね。
She smiled gently at me. I froze and looked away from her.
お体の調子はどうですか？
She offered me a thermometer. I took it without really thinking about what was going on.
体温を測ってくださいね。
I gulped a little as I took the thermometer. It was the same. This was the same thing that had happened just a moment ago. Hazuki was acting like she had just come into this room for the first time. I patted my armpit gingerly, scared at what I might find. I had just put the thermometer under it a second ago, but it wasn't there. The other thermometer was gone. So what happened a moment ago had been a delusion. I untensed, but I still wasn't ready to relax and let my guard down. For instance, maybe I could grab one of the girls in the class and give her a big hug, whispering filthy words right out of an H game in her ear. Maybe I could rape her right in front of the rest of the class. I looked around the classroom, feeling a little stronger now. Who would be a good target? If I was going to do it, I'd want it to be somebody cute, somebody who wouldn't fight back too much. Not any of those DQN girls. They had way too much makeup on for their age. I didn't find them attractive at all. Maybe the transfer student. She seemed quiet, and she had that kind of lolly aura that made you want to bully her. She was clumsy too. That was Moe. In a sense, she was kind of a 2D girl. Yeah, that might work. I slowly stood up. The air in the room suddenly changed. All the people who had been mocking me and laughing at me a second ago pulled away a little at my sudden movement. You guys are all talk, aren't you? But I'm not. I'm a man who does what he means to do, and I'm about to show you that too. I silently headed over to the transfer student. She was looking down at her desk and trying to make herself seem as small as possible. She looked up at me, confused. For some reason, she already looked like she was about to cry. I suddenly grabbed her thin arm. I tried to pull her towards me. The transfer student resisted weakly. She was alternating between looking at me and looking at the people around her, as if she wasn't sure what to do. I wrapped my arms around her from behind. Her body was thin, so thin I thought it might snap if I was rough with it. She was shaking like a chihuahua too, but she smelled good. I leaned forward and rubbed my face against her tiny head. I buried my nose in her soft hair and took a sniff. She seemed scared and was having trouble speaking. Not that I had ever seen her speaking at all anyway. She was trying to twist away from me, but she wasn't nearly strong enough. I had no muscles and never exercised, but even I was able to hold her easily. The DQNs around us were all frozen, as if unsure how to react to my strange actions. I licked the transfer student's ear as she frantically shook her head. Her frail body suddenly twitched. I liked the way she reacted. It was hot. It was really turning me on. I decided to forget about the consequences and just do all the horrible things I wanted to do. First, the naughty words. I would make this tiny transfer student say all kinds of naughty words. This was awesome.
レマンコって言え
Her face was turning bright red. Tears were forming in her eyes as she started to shake her head even more.
クリとキリギリスティ
Her resistance only made my sadistic instincts
チ
stronger.
ンスコって言え
チンスコ
That got a little weird at the end. I stayed glued to my seat, imagining forcing the transfer student to do all kinds of humiliating things to me. Awesome. If my life was over anyway, I at least wanted it to end with me having some fun. I see, so it's a delusion then. Those blood-covered DQNs were probably a delusion too.
妄想でもないもん。
It has to be a delusion though. Just like Saratan, the voice had to be coming from some new wife that I had made up for myself.
コズピーは西条くんのお嫁さんになった覚えはないよ。っていうか、タッキーは浮気しちゃダメっしょ。私だけ見ててほしいのに。このボケナス。
Don't worry, Saratan, you're still my wife. And anyway, I didn't recognize this kind of stupid sounding Kozupi character at all.
アホっぽいぽい。でも本当に幻聴や妄想じゃなくて。
So, what is it then? Don't tell me it's the transfer student in front of me. She looks like she's trembling in terror. She gave a little nod. No way. That was just a coincidence, right? Maybe she had only looked like she had nodded. I was mistaken.
だからコズピーがコズピーなの。
That's impossible. There's no such thing as telepathy.
どうしたら信じてくれるの？
What the heck does Anya mean? For some reason, the transfer student looked sad too. It was strange. Crap. This was getting aggravating. Fine, Kozupi. Prove you're the transfer student.
証明？
Tell me your measurements.
西条くん変態体なのら。
So you can't answer, which means you are a delusion.
コズピー自分のスリーサイズなんてあまり測ったことないの。
Okay, just the bust then. Give me a general number.
恥ずかしいのら。
This conversation that was taking place in my brain was so perverted, I was kind of freaking myself out.
73くらいです。
The transfer student did appear to be completely flat, so that matched. By the way, I liked flat girls too. For some reason, the transfer student's face was bright red. Her tiny body seemed to get even smaller as she shrank back from me. It was just a coincidence. The voice and her reactions were linked, but it was just by chance. And anyway, that didn't prove anything.
ちゃんと答えたの。
But how would I know what the transfer student's bra size actually was, though? If I told her to let me measure it, she would call the cops on me. Fine. What's your birthday?
それなら簡単なのら。11月13日だよ。
Well, I had no way of knowing if that was true either. If I was social enough to be capable of asking a girl I had barely even met what her birthday was, I would have had a girlfriend a long time ago. Suddenly, the transfer student started to rummage through her bag. She took out something and offered it to me. It was a student notebook, and a brand new one too. I flipped open the front page to see a photo of her and the name Kozui Orihara along with her birth date. Her birth date. I checked the date. It read November 13th.
嘘でしょ。
Come to think of it, this name, according to her student notebook, her name was Kozui Orihara. Kozui. Kozupi.
まさか。
だから最初からそう言ってたのら。コズピーなの。
So this wasn't a delusion. And you literally just asked her her size.
だから価値はなくないよ。
Where could she be keeping so much power in her tiny body? It had to weigh more than 5 kilograms by my estimate. Kozumi must have read my doubts because she turned toward me and gave me a hesitant
コズ
smile.
ピーはタクミちゃんを守るためだけに作られたアンドロイドなのら。
はい。
Did you just say android? What anime is that from? Kozupi ignored my shock and made a cute little fist with one hand.
タクミちゃん、もう安心なの。タクミちゃんを狙う悪いやつはコズピーがドッカーンってするのら。ちなみにコズピーはメイド機能もあるの。だからこれからタクミちゃんと一緒に住んで身の回りのお世話もしたいのら。
I see. That would be handy. I was willing to accept that Kozupi was an android. Maybe. But for that to happen, there was one thing I wouldn't budge on.
エッチなことをできる機能はありますか？
I asked my question hesitantly. Only after I spoke did I realize how ridiculous a question it was. As I was wondering whether or not to apologize, Kozupi's cheeks flushed.
エッチなこともできるの。夜のご奉仕頑張るの。
Yes, yes. I had a combat maid and one that could service me at night too. Just like an H game. Talk about coming loaded with options, LOL. Japan's technology is the best in the world. As I indulged myself in a ridiculous delusion, Kozupi was walking around the shop holding her sword. She wasn't making any effort to hide the weapon at all. Senna had been the same way. I had seen her carrying her gigantic D-sword around down the middle of Shibuya without any regard for the people around her. They didn't seem to care that other people might stare. Both Senna and Kozupi had something very wrong with them. Kozupi sat down on the steps, clearly okay.
よかったらどうぞ。
I said, trying to be considerate, but Senna just glanced at me, ignoring my offer. And then for some reason she offered me her own stick. And she was offering it without any explanation at all, too. If it wasn't a winner that you could redeem for another popsicle, there was no point in having it. Or was this her way of telling me to go to the convenience store and throw it in the garbage? Knowing her, that was entirely possible. Senna probably had a whole bunch of wimpy guys like me she used as her personal errand boys. She thought I was so wimpy I would be her personal slave. But if I disobeyed, there was no telling what she might do. I bit my lip and took it.
私の勝ち。
Senna's gaze was locked on a piece of sky peeking out between the high-rise buildings as she spoke. I sighed and looked at the non-winning stick and gasped. What was this?
先週出た渋谷限定品だ。ただの当たりより価値がある。
Senna looked satisfied as she explained. Was she bragging?
だから私の勝ち。
What kind of competition was this? And anyway, this winning stick was kind of creepy. I didn't want it. I tried to hand it back to Senna, somehow managing to resist the impulse to snap it in two. The photo it took. I could hear Remy moving around behind me. The sound of her clothes rustling was getting
だ
closer.
から無視しないでよ。
Before I could turn around, she grabbed me from behind and held me tight. There was a gentle scent like flowers. I could feel her soft breast pressed up against my back.
寂しいよ。そういうことされると。
Evidently, I had created a delusion to help me escape from the reality in front of me. The thought made me feel more empty and miserable than excited. I didn't think I would be able to enjoy this one at all. So instead, I decided to be honest, to say the things I wouldn't be able to say in real life.
僕だって寂しかった。辛かったんだ。 リミがこの1週間全然連絡くれなくて。
I could feel her body's movements directly on my back. Her chest was heaving up and down softly with each breath. It made me realize the obvious, that she was a living human being.
ごめん。一緒にいてあげられなくてごめん。
Rimi's arms got tighter around me.
私の中でもまだ迷いがあって、どうしたらいいかわからなくて、ちょっと考えてみようと思って。
Uncertainty. What was she talking about?
そもそも私、タクと一緒にいていいのかなとか、このままの関係を続けるべきなのかなとか。でもね、このままじゃきっとダメなんだ。それじゃ何も救えない。ねえタク、私が最初に願ったのはさ、一つだけだった。なのにどうして人は、私は際限なく望み続けちゃうんだろうね。あの空を見つけた時に私は。
I didn't know what Rimi was saying. I had no idea how to answer. There was only silence. I could hear the faint sound of her breathing against my ears. This delusion should have ended already, but the silence remained. Nothing happened. Did that mean this wasn't a delusion? When I realized that it wasn't, my whole body suddenly went tense. Rimi was holding me tight in the real world. She was right up next to me. I could feel my mind threatening to lose control. It felt like if I pushed her onto the bed, she would let me do it. I gulped.
メールだよポケナス。
今の何？
Rimi moved away from me, surprised. The soft sensation disappeared. A complicated mix of emotions appeared within me, half relief and half disappointment. Wait a second. Rimi had just heard my Seiratan email voice. That was really embarrassing. Hezu. Oh, okay. And the seventh was... Whose eyes are those? As he passed by me, he put his hand on my shoulder.
俺もうついていけねえや。あとは任せた。
He let out an annoyed sigh and went to leave the room. Ayase finally spoke to him for the first time, but for some reason there was a stern look on her
逃が
face.
さないわよ。
あ、なになに、俺の相手してくれんの？
ええ、そうね。あなたが邪神王の使いだということは分かっている。
What? Was this some new part of her fantasy? Misumi looked really annoyed to be forced to play a role in whatever was going on in her head. Most people would be. Even as a joke, it wasn't funny at all. But Ayase was, it seemed, dead serious.
匠、
Ayase said my name and then tossed me a small paring knife. She must have been hiding it beneath the sheets. Confused, I fumbled and grabbed it. There was a cover on it, thankfully, or I would have cut myself badly.
そいつを殺すのよ。
Him. As she spoke, her gaze was locked on Misumi. What the hell was going on here? I held the knife in my hand with no idea what to do.
おいおい。殺せときたか。いくらなんでも、それはひどくね？まあ、岸本に嫌われてんのは分かってたけどよ。まさか面と向かってそんなこと言われるとは思わなかったぜ。それで、なんだっけ？グラビトーン？邪神？何のことだか、俺にはさっぱりわかんねえんだけどな。たく、とりあえずナイフを置けよ。岸本の妄想に付き合うな。
妄想じゃないわ。匠、そいつの言葉を信じないで。
Misumi took a step away from Ayase, his lips pressed tight with fear.
お前、異常だぜ。
匠、早く殺すのよ。でないとグラジオールに君の存在が筒抜けになってしまうわ。
I quietly gave the knife back to Ayase.
匠、
君の言ってることはめちゃくちゃだよ。
She looked up at me with sorrow in her eyes. Don't look at me with those eyes. I can't kill Misumi. All this stuff about Gladiol didn't matter. If I killed somebody, I would be a criminal. There was no way I was going to let that happen. That was all.
さすが親友。お前なら俺を選ぶって信じてたぜ。たく。
Misumi patted me on the shoulder. And subtly, very subtly, his hand went for the knife on Ayase's lap.
じゃあな。電波女。
In a single smooth movement, he grabbed it, slid off the cover, and swung it. Blood spurted out from Ayase's neck. I could feel its heat as it fell on my face. Ayase's eyes were wide with shock, staring at me. She slowly fell backward onto the bed. The white sheets began to turn red with blood.
やっちまったな、たく。今のが最後のチャンスだったんだぜ。グラジオール復活を阻止するために。
I couldn't even scream.
正しかったのは岸本の方だったってわけだ。
As he spoke, he climbed on top of Ayase. He dug the knife into her eye socket and ripped out her eye without the slightest hesitation. Her body didn't move at all, even as the knife went in. He glanced at me, smiling cruelly.
その目誰の目？
I came back to my senses. Ayase wasn't covered in blood. She was just sitting on the bed. Misumi was nowhere to be found. Was that a delusion? I let out a deep sigh. What an awful delusion. Feeling guilty, I apologized to Ayase in my mind. Ayase, for her part, was still rambling. She hadn't noticed anything at all.
"なんだ、それじゃあ必死にごまかそうとしてたのがバカみたいじゃない。あなたはタクの何なのって。
え、
What did that mean?
マジで？宣戦布告ってやつか。
まあそんなとこかな。
Remy smiled. She was giving me a nervous glance.
タクは渡さないからって言っちゃったし。そしたら見事に叩かれたんだけどさ。
すげえ。女の戦いだな。
Misumi put his hand in my hair and rubbed hard.
おいタク、どうすんだ？どうすんだよ？
What did that mean exactly? I didn't understand. My mind had gone blank.
告られてんだぞお前。もう付き合っちまえよ。
Misumi laughed and gave me a push from behind. I was caught off balance and staggered forward, right in the direction of Remy.
あ、
I ended up bumping into her and wrapping my arms around her.
ごめん。
My heart was pounding fast. Remy's body was so soft and
タ
warm.
ク、私。
I tried to back away from her, but her hands were wrapped tightly around my neck. She was holding me tight, trembling. I was stunned. It felt like I had been struck by lightning. I could feel Remy's love for me as her body pressed up against mine. I wanted to love her back. I wanted to make her mine and mine alone. I went to pull her even closer when I saw someone behind her in the distance. It was Ayase, holding her D-sword. She was looking at me with hate in her eyes. I couldn't hear what she was saying, but she was whispering something to herself. I shivered. This was going to get bad. It was going to get very bad very fast. I needed to get out of here now.
おいタク、何ぼーっとしてんだ。行くぞ。
Misumi was calling me. Remy was standing next to him, waving. I blinked and looked around me. I wasn't holding Remy in my arms. Ayase was nowhere to be seen.
はあ、ドキドキした。
Any kind of fighting terrified me, and I had seen enough Yandere girls in 2D. I didn't need any in 3D, especially not ones who were in love with me. Is that really new?
Stream Elements said, "Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate."
I feel like we had seen that one before, but maybe not. Yandere, a heroine whose deep love for a person, usually the protagonist, drives them to act out in an insane manner, often out of jealousy. We can't be missing many, right? We've got all the Bs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, 7, 8, 9. I guess we are missing a few. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Yeah, I guess we're still missing a few. Anyway, I quickly chased after them.
?
わかった。ねえ、私のことをご家族に紹介してくれる？
え
She looked at me with a slightly mischievous grin.
タクのお家にお邪魔することになれば、顔を合わせることになるでしょ？タクはどうするつもりなのかなって思って。ねえ、どう
？Isn't that something you usually only do when you're dating somebody? Right now, Remy and I weren't dating. At least not yet. Wait, what did I mean by not yet? Did I seriously think there was a chance I could get Remy to date me? Sure, she was being really nice, but I was just a creepy otaku loser, right? There was no point in getting my hopes up. Who did I think I was, really?
タク、教えてってば。
What should I even say? If I said yes, she would probably think I thought we were a couple or something. And if I said no, she would probably be hurt.
もう、じれったいな。こうなったら、はっきり言わせてもらっちゃおうかな。紹介して。
はい。
I gave in and nodded, but Remy seemed satisfied with my answer.
計算通り。
Suddenly, there was a voice I recognized. Surprised, I turned in the direction of the voice just in time to see Nanami poking out her head and smiling at me from behind the shipping container.
ナナミ
What was Nanami doing here? And why was she smiling when she had seemed like she was in so much pain on the phone? I was too confused to think. Nanami happily ran over to us, oblivious to my confusion.
イエーイイエーイ
The two of them exchanged a high five. What? It was almost like Remy and Nanami knew each other. Nobody told me they knew each
お
other.
にびっくりした？実は全部ナナとリミさんの作戦だったんだよ。
作戦
そう、名付けてお兄とリミさんの仲を既成事実にしちゃおう作戦。お兄があんまりにも奥手で全然リミさんの気持ちに気づこうとしないからナナが協力したの。
Don't tell me.
じゃあお前手首の包帯とかさっきの電話とかは
全部作戦のうち。お兄ったら本気でナナの心配してるからちょっと笑いそうになっちゃった。
Nanami didn't seem to feel guilty at all. She was laughing. I could feel myself getting furious. What a bratty little sister.
ごめんね、タク。騙すようなことしちゃって。リミさんは謝らなくてもいいの。お兄が超鈍感なのが悪いんだから。
I dropped to my knees right there. I felt frustrated at being tricked. I felt angry that she was making fun of me for being worried. I didn't like it. I didn't like what Nanami had done at all. But more than that, I had been worried about nothing. Nanami was just fine. She wasn't hurt. Knowing that made me feel so relieved, like all the tension that had been building up inside me had just disappeared.
タク、大丈夫？ 落ち込んでないで。ほら、だってこれからお父さんとお母さんにリミさんを紹介しに行かなくちゃいけないんだから、3人で一緒に帰ろう。
Nanami really was a huge brat. She was always making fun of her big brother. I stood up a little reluctantly and with a small pouting look on my face. Nanami and Rimi smiled at each other. One took my left hand and another my right. The two of them pulled me along as we started to walk. I could feel like my life was about to change for the better. A peaceful, bright future was awaiting me. And suddenly, a high-pitched sound stabbed my ears. It was like a girl's scream. The sound snapped me back to my senses and made me realize that all that stuff about Nanami's big plan and Rimi wanting to date me was just a delusion. She had met several police officers after what happened with her sister and didn't have a high opinion of any of them. Oops. Boink. Missed where my mouse was. That's right, nothing was wrong at all. I was being silly. Nothing was wrong with the world at all. She spoke, quietly. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, the world starts
あの
unraveling.
場所では4つの妄想がシンクロしてた。
I cut her off. I put my hands tight over my ears.
これ以上妄想しちゃダメ。
As I tried to escape into a delusion, Rimi's voice pulled me back to reality. Oh, oh my. Rimi slowly walked up to me. It had saved me when I was in trouble. It had kept my mind from breaking. Her voice was kind. All the colors seemed to have gone out of the world. There was no hope to be found. My life had no meaning. The cold twilight wind was stealing the heat from my body.
そりゃ新作じゃねえよ。先週出た。
Mimi's number. Nanami's number. I took a step forward, or I tried to at least, but my legs refused to move. They wouldn't budge. I realized my knees were shaking. I didn't have the courage. I wanted to die so badly, but the fear of death kept me from taking another step. I wanted to die, but I was also scared of death. It made no sense. I wasn't even sure how I felt anymore. Did I? Did I want to die, or did I want to live? Which was it?
痛い。
I clenched my jaw. I closed my eyes. I told myself again and again that I wanted to die. But my legs refused to move. The cars were speeding by me incredibly fast. In my mind, I saw myself being struck and killed by one of them. The thought made me tense up and freeze.
痛いのに。
In the end, all I could do was drop to my knees. Even after all that had happened, I was still a pathetic little wimp. I didn't have the guts to kill myself, so I was reduced to wishing that maybe one of the cars would lose control and slam into the sidewalk and kill me that way. How much easier it would be if I could die without having to do anything myself. I felt a strange pain in my chest. Even Saratan was being cruel to me.
ひどいことも何も本当のことだよ。消えたいとか言ってるくせに図星疲れたぐらいでへこむんだ。タッキーはさ、この1ヶ月ぐらい調子に乗ってたよね。周りの人たち、特に女子だよね。可愛い子たちとリア充みたく話すようになっちゃって。それまではさ、友達なんて一人もいなくて引きこもってたのに。でも逆に考えれば、またその頃みたいな生活に戻るってだけなんさ。
Going back.
そう、戻る。誰とも会っちゃダメ、誰も信じちゃダメ。本物なのか偽物なのかとかどうでもいい。そんなの誰にも証明できないし。タッキーは私だけ見てればいいさ。前はそれだけで十分幸せだったっしょ。そう感じなくなっちゃったのはタッキーに近づいてきたあの女子たちのせいだよ。あんなアバズレビッチどもとはさ、会わない方がいいって絶対。
そうか、そういうことか。
It was all their fault. It was Rimi's fault, and the other girls' faults too. It wasn't my fault at all. I could just never leave my house again. I could stay right here, anonymous, surrounded by Saratan and my other wives. That's the right thing to do, right, Saratan?
そういうこと。タッキーは私が幸せにしてあげる。
Saratan was smiling in my hands. I felt disgusted at myself for making her say those things. I was a worthless piece of shit. I wanted to die even more now.
あ、やっと出てきた。生存確認。
When I opened the door, I froze. The way she was acting was just so normal. She was the same overly cheerful girl I knew so well, and I could see a white bandage on her right hand, too. When I had gotten that phone call hours ago where she had told me to give back her right hand, her voice had sounded so awful. And now here she was, smiling at me. She had a bandage on her right hand, too. It didn't make sense. Nanami's presence here didn't make sense. Now I see. This was just another delusion. I had never even had a little sister named Nanami. That's right. That has to be right. I ignored Nanami and went back inside to sit down on my sofa. I gripped the Saratan figure again. I was holding it a little too tightly, and my hand hurt a little, but even that pain was a delusion.
お兄、どうしたの？元気ないじゃん。
The whole world was just a delusion taking place inside my brain. Me and everything I was seeing right now, all delusions, all fake.
徹夜でゲームでもやってたの？もっと人間らしい生活したら？え、なになに？
黙れ。
ちょっと、そんな言い方しなくてもいいじゃん。お兄だからって何言っても許されるとか思ってる？
黙れよ。もうそう妹が。
妄想？
I leaned back on the sofa and looked up at the ceiling. I started to count the rust spots there for no real reason. I didn't want Nanami to be in my field of vision. It would just make me even sadder. Not that it mattered how sad I was if I didn't even exist.
ねえお兄、本当に平気？いつもと全然様子が違うけど。
She was worried about me? My non-existent sister was worried about me? Somehow that pissed me off. Why had she even come into my room anyway? I hadn't said she
あ、
could.
わかった。お腹空いたんでしょう。
I clenched my jaw hard.
だったら、ナナが何か作ろうか？
どれ。
鳥って言った？鶏肉？
I hadn't said anything about chicken.
鶏肉だと、やっぱ唐揚げかな。でも一人で作ったことないし。あ、別にお兄のリクエストがあったから作るわけじゃないからね。ナナも今日は鶏肉で何か作りたいなって思ってただけだよ。
This Nanami was really starting to make me mad. The fact that she was just like the real one was only making it worse. No, wait. Had Rimi told me that there was never a real Nanami in the first place? So maybe this was the real one, the real Nanami. My head was starting to hurt, so I stopped thinking. It didn't even matter. It was all just a delusion anyway.
包帯取れ。取ってみろ。ボケが。
包帯って、あ、これ？転んで打撲しただけだし。
Bruised. Was that true or a lie? I would know if she took it off.
ほんと、わがままなお兄だな。じゃあ約束してよ。ナナが包帯取ってみせたら、お兄も元気出すって。
I could hear the sound of rustling cloth echo quietly throughout the room. My ears were ringing. My head hurt. But this was all just a delusion anyway, so I didn't care.
はい、これで満足？って、ちょっとお兄、わざわざ取ったんだから、ちゃんと見てよ。
I slowly lowered my gaze. Nanami had rolled up her sleeve and was showing me her right wrist and on her thin arm. I could see dripping blood. Cut into the wrist were the words,
そ
whose
の目
eyes.
誰の目？
There was a flash of light across my vision. When it disappeared, the bizarre cuts on her wrist were gone. I took a moment to catch my breath. I bit down hard on my lip. Nanami was rubbing her wrist on the spot where the bandage had been.
青あざ、だいぶ消えてくれたな。最初はすごく腫れてたんだよ。
I didn't know if that was true or not. There wasn't any kind of injury there, but a moment ago there had been. Nothing made sense anymore. I didn't want to think about any of it. I leaned my head back into the sofa again.
ねえ、ナナミ、
I called out to the girl in front of me, who might or might not be my
お
sister.
前が本物でも偽物でもどっちでもいいよ。
There was only one thing I wanted now.
僕を殺してくれないか。
All the evil in the world. All the chaos in the world.
"リベンジってこと」
The voice came back into my head. It was Remy speaking, but she was saying things I had never heard her say. The small little gestures she made, the sound of her breathing, the cheer in her voice. I'm disgusting. Even if it's creepy, even if it's never going to happen. There was something I had to do. They looked at me with disgust, hurt me with their words. My nails were torn off. I was punched again and again in the face. My hair was ripped out. My nose was bitten off. My tongue was yanked from my mouth. My blood was drained. My arms were cut off, all my bones broken, stabbed with sharp ones. My organs were torn out, eaten by huge beasts, pushed off high places. Shinsen Station was one station away from Shibuya on the Inokashira line. By train, it only took a minute to get there. The station itself was covered by a tunnel, and the only light from the outside came from the entrance at the end of the platform. Because of the earthquake, all the lights were off. It was far darker than usual. Aoi Senna stepped inside, supporting the body of Kozue Orihara as she walked. There was no need to buy a ticket. There weren't any station attendants around, and the ticket machines weren't working either. She looked over at the rails and saw that they were badly bent. Of course, the trains hadn't been running since yesterday. Kozue occasionally moaned in pain, but she was still unconscious. There was blood on her forehead. She had been caught up in the building collapse during the earthquake and hadn't woken up since. Gigalomaniac powers couldn't heal injuries. The pain made your brain realize the injury was real, whether you wanted it to or not. You couldn't create a shared awareness that the injury didn't exist. You couldn't make it so it never happened. Your human instincts wouldn't let you. And with Kozue unconscious, there was no way to create a shared awareness either. Senna couldn't do anything for Kozue now. When she reached the empty platform, Senna sat Kozue down and leaned her up against the wall. She wore a frown on her face. She gave Kozue only a glance before looking out toward the rest of the station. She glared at a single point on the platform, teeth gnashing in rage.
やっと見つけた。
At the end of the platform were two figures. One, a tall man wearing an expensive suit. He gave off an aura of elegance and distinction. He stood up straight and tall, with a confident smile on his lips. The other was a homeless man dressed in filthy rags. His hair was a mess, and his beard was far too long. His head was slumped forward, so you couldn't see his face clearly. The two were polar opposites, and yet they were standing together silently on the empty platform. They had one thing in common, though. Senna hated both of them, Genichi Norose and Issei Hatano. She could never forget their names.
母さんと妹を殺した。その二人が揃ってお出迎えか。
Once, Senna's mother and little sister had met a terrible fate right in front of her eyes. These two were the ones responsible.
私の本意ではなかったんだ、セナ。
The homeless man, Hatano, sounded sad as he spoke.
あの実験を止めようとした。だが、私一人では動き出した歯車は止められなかった。この男が。
Hatano glanced over at Norose. Norose said nothing. He remained aloof and undisturbed.
この男が実験の継続を指示した。私はあの結果を望んではいなかった。悪いのはこの男、ノロセなんだ。分かってくれ、セナ。
Senna felt like she was going to throw up as she listened to her father speak.
お前は母さんと妹を見殺しにした。それが厳然とした事実だ。悔いているならどうして逃げた？
世界を守るためだ。
でたらめを。
親に逆らうのは感心しませんね。
Norose spoke for the first time.
確かに君の家族が悲劇的な結末を迎えたのは私が指示した結果です。もう十分データは取れていたのでね。実に有意義な実験でした。
有意義？
Senna real booted the D-sword in her hand. The shockwave of its reality shook her long black hair.
この男を殺せセナ。こいつが元凶だ。
言われなくても
Senna was already running. She got closer without even taking the time to raise her sword. Her speed was incredible. Her target was Genichi no Rose. She swung the sword. It sliced through the air, and No Rose's head went flying. Senna watched it go. No Rose's head suddenly blurred in mid-air. It changed into the face of her father. She gasped and looked at the headless corpse in front of her. A moment ago it had been wearing a suit. Now it was dressed in the rags of a homeless man. It slumped and fell backwards. Senna's eyes went wide with shock as she turned to look at Hatano. He looked up at her too. A mocking smile appeared on his bearded mouth. His face blurred. His body blurred. And in the next moment, Senna was standing in front of a man she had never seen before. His age, face, and bearing were all totally different from her father's. Senna was confused. She stared again at the head of the man she had just killed. It was lying on the ground now, spilling blood everywhere. It was her father's face. It was her father's head. Senna couldn't look away from it. A hallucination induced by delusions. That's what this was. Senna's breathing got shallower and more violent.
セナちゃんさ
The man who had been her father a moment ago, and was now someone totally different, was calling her by her first name.
君が今やったことって結局お父さんと同じっすよね
This was what Senna had wanted for the past 6 months. This was what she had wanted a moment ago. But for some reason now she started to panic. Her father's eyes were staring at her from their lifeless sockets.
父親の首跳ねて殺すってえぐいな
Why was it such a mental shock to her? Without knowing why, she felt the sound of something snapping deep inside her ears. I heard a voice. It was the voice of Senna's heart. I followed the maddening scream to Shinsen Station, but by the time I got there, it was already too late. There was a faint smell of blood inside the dim station. Kozupi was lying up against the wall. She wasn't conscious. And on the platform I could see Senna sitting with her back to me. She was looking down, and her long hair made it impossible to see the look on her face. Next to Senna was a headless corpse. I realized that the round thing a short distance away had once been its owner's head. It was Hatano, I realized, and I bit my lip.
こいつはラッキーっすね
A man was standing on the tracks. The man was wearing a suit, but he had a backpack on his back, too. The machine inside was making an awful noise. Mamoru Suwa, a detective assigned to Section 1 of the Metropolitan Police. I had met him before, and I knew what he had done.
もともとは目障りな畑の親子を処分しに来たんすけどね西条くん君が自分から火に飛び込んできてくれて感謝感激っす君を見かけたら捕まえろってことになってるんすよ
誰に
内緒っす
He had a grin on his face. The way he smiled reminded me of Ban, his partner. But the difference was this. Ban's smile was an act to make someone let their guard down. Suwa's sly grin was a reflection of who he really was.
あんたノロセの居場所を知ってる
西条くんさ
Suwa shook his head and sighed. You really?
口の聞き方に気をつけてほしいっすね。自分の方が年上っすよ。
I carefully jumped down from the platform onto the tracks, keeping my eyes on Sua at all times. I put myself between him and Cinna, who still wasn't moving.
アンっていう人を殺したのはあんただ。
だから
刑事のくせに人を殺すなんて。
君には言われたくないっす。
I clenched my D sword tighter.
あんたみたいなやつに敬語を使う義理なんてないよ。
あのさ、お前に言われたくねえって言ってるんだよ。
Even from this distance, I could see it clearly, the way the smile disappeared from his face.
お前も人殺しだろ。違うとは言わせないぞ。お前は葉月志乃を殺した。俺は今すぐにでもお前をぶち殺したいんだよ。
Shino Hazuki, the nurse who was behind the new Jin killings. Both her and Sua were believers in the Cosmic Church of the Divine Light. But was that all? I gulped.
信仰の救いのためにそれは自制するが、その代わり
俺が責任持って心を殺してやる。
I went to raise my D sword. Not that raising it would help anything. I just did it out of reflex, and just like I thought, it did nothing at all. The next thing I knew, I was in a dark room. There was a man there, standing and talking to an old man displayed on a monitor.
諏訪君、君と葉月君にやってもらいたい修行があるのだ。
はい、何なりと。
人を殺してもらいたい。
相手は誰ですか？
相手が何者かに意味はない。
と申しますと？
特に決まりはないと言っておこう。殺す対象、殺し方はこちらで指示する。我らが進めているプロジェクトノアを完成させるため、西条匠という少年に心理的揺さぶりをかける必要があるのだ。
揺さぶりですか？
恐怖を与えるのだ。しかしその少年の秘めた力は強大だ。直接的な行動はこちらの身に危険を及ぼしかねん。故に連続猟奇殺人事件を起こす。
たったそれだけのために殺人を？
不満かね？
シノもその修行に参加しなければなりませんか？
当然だ。これは信仰の理想郷を築くためであり、同時に君たちに信仰の救いをもたらすだろう。
そういうことであれば。
時に葉月君はお腹に君の子を授かっていたな。予定日はいつかね？
あと2ヶ月ほどです。
その子供、信仰の救いのために捧げたまえ。
殺せとおっしゃいますか？
聖なる犠牲だよ。こう捧げれば、君と葉月君には大いなる信仰の救いがもたらされるだろう。
大いなる信仰の救い。かしこまりました。すべて教祖様の仰せのままに。きっとシノも喜びます。信仰の救いあれ。
And after that, I was forced to experience all of the New Gen murders. 7 murders, 14 dead. I was forced into the viewpoint of the victims, killed like they were. A man in a Darth Spider cosplay and a woman dressed as a nurse killed me again and again. The pain, the terror, I forced to share the victim's sensations. How many times had I died? 3 times, 1 time, 7 times, 4 times, 2 times, 5 times. The human flesh tasted pretty good. It hurts no more. The Darth Spider outfit's pretty surreal. Good comedy, actually. So, how many times had I died? Who died? I didn't die. The monster was like something out of a horror movie. From what Sua was saying, that thing was actually from Spark Wars 2. But so what? The human flesh tasted pretty good. The bones, too. Why is Darth Spider black? Shino Hazuki is sexy, but scary. She's crazy. That's why she's sexy. Darth Spider was the bones. What was the human flesh? How many times had I died for good comedy? Was it good comedy? I hadn't died. I had died. Die. Dead. Corpse. Surreal. No more. Bones. I don't wanna die. Black. Dead. So, kill me. The port in Sua's bag was making a strange noise. Sua had heard it enough that he was used to it now, and it was because of this sound that he was able to destroy the mind of a gigalomaniac like Takumi Nishijo too. He gave a short, silent prayer of thanks to God. Sua wanted to make him suffer. He was the one who had driven Hazuki to suicide. Hazuki was Sua's childhood friend. The two of them had lived together for their whole lives. Several years ago, Sua had decided to be a detective, and Hazuki a nurse. He still remembered what she had said to him that day.
私、守の子供を産みたい。
Their parents were both believers in the Cosmic Church of the Divine Light. God and the leader had been with them since the day they were born. Both Sua and Hazuki were treated as the church's shared property, practically raised by it. It had been the leader's will that they be together, and the two of them had been faithful to the church's teachings too, even offering the life of the unborn baby in Hazuki's stomach. Even after Hazuki had become a martyr for the faith, he still believed that everything they had done was right. There were 7 different cases in New Generation Madness. Sua and Hazuki had been behind them all. When his partner Yasuji Ban had pointed out the contradiction in the group dive video, he had been very worried. He had uploaded the video to MewTube, and he had made it using memory projection, but several days had passed and his memories were a little blurry. He didn't remember the scenery very well, but without it, the video wouldn't look real. He had ended up going all the way out to Cornelius Tower and looking at the photo in the lobby. He had given his video the reality he wanted, but the photo itself was flawed. He had never imagined that the skyline could have changed so much since the photo was taken. Of course, the leader had cleaned up that mess easily. The leader of the Cosmic Church of the Divine Light had many powers. He had many political connections, and his followers occupied many posts in the Metropolitan Police. No matter how much Ban tried, it was going nowhere. Sua's job as a detective, Hazuki's job as a nurse, the leader's help in controlling the media and police, the NOAA system terminals provided by Nozomi Technologies. Sua and Hazuki use all of these things to kill and keep killing, and for only one reason, to frighten Takumi Nishijo, to put him under extreme psychological pressure. After he awakened as a gigalomaniac, he would be kidnapped and his code sample harvested. Or, if that failed, they hoped to lure out the real Takumi Nishijo and capture him for his code sample instead. Either the real Takumi Nishijo or the copy would suffice equally well. He had even used a wheelchair to pretend to be the real Takumi Nishijo himself. The divine command had been given to both him and Hazuki, and they would carry out no matter the cost. And now he had lost Hazuki, but the trial God had set out for him was overcome. He thought of the woman he had loved, and who had loved him in return, gritting his teeth in sorrow. And then he began to walk toward Takumi Nishijo, the boy whose mind he had just destroyed. Aoi Sino was sitting on the edge of the platform, holding her father's severed head in her hands. Her chest was stained with his blood. She was laughing. Drool fell from her lips. Her eyes were out of focus. Sua gave her a single cold glance. She was a goner, he thought to himself. There was certainly no need to kill her. They had all they needed from her. Of the gigalomaniacs brought to Tokyo for Project Noah, only 2 had not had their code samples harvested. Yua Kusunoki could be left out, as she was never part of the plan, which left Takumi Nishijo and Kozui Orihara. The fact that both of them had come here right into his hands showed that the divine light was guiding him. This was proof that what he was doing was righteous. He gave thanks to heaven and the leader. He walked over to Takumi, who slumped forward on his knees, and tried to force him to his feet. But Takumi's body was completely slack. He couldn't even stand. His mind was completely destroyed. Sua gave a snort of satisfaction and began to drag him out of the station. Kozupi was screaming something. She looked like she was suffering. She looked like she was in pain. She looked like she was having fun. I blinky blinked. Where's Kozupi? She was crucified on some weird object. Rimi was tied up under her. Kozupi was weird. Her clothes were all ripped, and something was moving. Moving. What's moving? Skin. Skin. Like cheeks or necks or arms, belly button, thighs, moving, squish squish. Lots of things were squirming inside Kozupi's skin. Not 1, 10, 20, 30. They had to be parasites, icky bugs. Kozupi shook her head really hard. Her eyes were all messed up. Drool was dripping from her lips. She looked really stupid. It was funny, and there was something on her head, too. It had lots of cords, like a toy, like one of those morphing ranger helmets.
楽しいことでもあったのですか、西条拓海。
It was a man she had never seen. Who?
なるほど。無意識に折原梢と妄想をシンクロさせているのですか。随分と物好きですね。そんなに焦らずとも、彼女の次は君にたっぷりとあの拷問を受けさせてあげますよ。
Am I next? No, please. Am I next? No, please. Am I next? No, please. No more pain. No more hurt.
タク、あなたなら
止められる。今なら止められる。あなたなら。
My hands were bound behind me a moment ago, but the ties had loosened and come undone, like they had a will of their own. Remy was next to me, tied up. Her eyes were locked on me. They were begging me. There was a huge device in the center of this dome-shaped space, giving off an eerie roar. It was Noah, too, and she wanted me to destroy it. Her eyes were begging me. A sharply dressed man, Norose, was standing with his back to me, watching Kozupi's torture. He hadn't noticed my movements. There was no one else in the room. Suwa wasn't here either. If I acted now, even I could do it. I was the only one who could. I was scared. If Norose saw me, if I failed, the thought made me shiver. This whole game was screwed up, putting me in charge of the fate of the world. But I had to do it. I had an easier time convincing myself than I thought I would. Maybe I had gotten stronger. That's right. I'm strong. I'm strong. I stood up, slowly. Norose hadn't noticed yet. For the last boss, he was kind of an idiot. Or did he just really like to watch Kozupi suffer? It made me sick and angry. I gritted my teeth. Come out, D-Sword. A ripple appeared in space, and then a pale light. I grasped it. I could feel it. It wasn't hot, or cold, or hard, or soft. I pulled it from the Direxi. The huge sword fit neatly into my hand.
Nani?
Too late, asshole. I booted the real sword. I sent particles into the dead spots of everyone here. I didn't even need to think to do it. It didn't matter how it worked. I just had to picture it in my delusions. I held the sword tight with both hands. The light of the D-Sword changed from red to black. Norose looked at me like he couldn't believe what was happening. He staggered back in panic. I had won. I grinned. I raised the sword. I formed a delusion. This was a sword of light. It had an incredible power, one that could slice through air itself. If I unleashed its full might and drew it, it could turn anything in the world to dust. But I couldn't think of anything to say, so I gave up on the idea of screaming out a cool manga-style name. And I unleashed the power I had given the D-Sword at Noah 2. Two months later. There's not much blue in a winter sky, but it has a clear, crisp feeling you don't find in summer. Morning. I woke up to the sound of my alarm clock and looked up at the sky as I brushed my teeth. It had been 2 months since the big earthquake. Shibuya was still being rebuilt. After the new year, the city was starting to regain some of its old glory. A voice called me. I turned around to see Remy coming up the stairs. I hadn't seen her in her uniform since that day. She smiled at me and gave me a salute.
Bishi, ohayo. Asa gohan, isoide tsukuru ne.
She had a bag from the convenience store in her hands, with bread, eggs, and milk inside. She went over to the sink and started to cook. She had been coming over and making my meals every day for the past 2 months. She had never really cooked before, she said, so this was her way of getting practice in. I wanted to tell her not to use me as a test subject, but it made me happy to eat a girl's homemade cooking, so I didn't say anything. Suimei Academy had been closed since the earthquake and was finally reopening today. I had decided that this was the perfect time to quit my quasi-hikikomori life and start actually going to school.
タクトまた学校に通えるなんて嬉しいな。
Rimi cracked an egg as she spoke. It was too cold to eat outside in the middle of winter. Rimi took the 2 plates of toast and scrambled eggs she had made over to a small, low table. Then we both sat down on the sofa.
じゃあ、いただきます。
いただきます。
We put our hands together, and then I stretched out my hand for the butter on the end of the table. But since Rimi had tried to do the exact same thing, our fingers touched over the container. It was like something out of a bad romantic comedy. I chuckled, but still, my eyes met with Rimi's. Since she was sitting right next to me, my heart began to beat faster. Rimi didn't look away either, or move her hand away. We both sat there, frozen, fingers touching. Rimi wrapped her fingers around mine. She closed her eyes and tilted her jaw slightly upward. I gripped her hand back softly, and then I moved
朝
closer.
から何イチャついてんの？
あ
I quickly backed away from Rimi. I looked over at the door. Nanami was looking at us, arms crossed and sighing.
ナナちゃん、おはよう。
ナナミ、心臓に悪いことするなよ。
お兄とリミさんってほんと仲いいね。焼けちゃうな。ねえねえ、実際のところどこまで行ったの？どこまでって？またまたとぼけてないで教えてよ、リミさん。
Nanami had picked Rimi as her target, it seemed. She walked right into my room and grabbed my computer chair and sat down on it in front of Rimi.
キスは当然したとして、その先は？ちょっとからかわないでよ。いいじゃん、教えて。教えない。じゃあお兄、教えてよ、どこまで行ったか。
There was nothing to tell her. We hadn't even kissed yet. Why was I such a moron? I had had plenty of chances. At this rate, I was never going to lose my virginity. I sighed gloomily at what a loser I was, and then sipped my milk.
リミさんがのんびりしてるなら、ナナがお兄を奪っちゃうかな。
I spat out my milk.
お兄、汚な。
お前。
冗談だよ。本気にされても困っちゃうってば。
Don't scare me like that. The 3 of us headed to school together. Rimi was humming that Phantasm song. The 3 of us took the shortcut through Shoto Park, the one I always used. There were still signs of the earthquake here in the park,
Stream
like how part of
elements.
the stone wall
Said,
around the lake
Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate.
had fallen in. It was in great shape compared to the center of Shibuya, though.
おはようございます。
Yua was sitting on the bench where I always sat. She turned to me with a nod and a kind smile.
西条くん、昨日はとても楽しかったです。昨日？
ユアと一緒に秋葉原まで買い物に行ったんだ。
あ、わかった。お人形さんでしょ。
フィギュアと言えよ。
Yes, we did go buy figures.
新しいセイラちゃん。早速部屋に飾りました。私も行きたかったな。
リミってフィギュアに興味あるの？
Rimi gave me a little smile.
っていうか、
きなもの私も好きになりたいし。わあ、大胆発言。だったら今度一緒に買いに行きましょう。え、本当？ありがとうございます。
Yua and Remy were good friends now. Nanami and Yua had classes in a different building, so we said goodbye at the school entrance. As I was changing into my jacket, somebody blew on my ear. I shivered and leapt back. It was Ayase. She had her mouth puffed out, lips forming an O.
おはよう、たくみ。
おはよ
おはよう、あやちゃん。あやちゃん。
Ayase seemed a little bewildered by what Remy had called her.
初めてよ。そんな呼び方をされたのは悪くないわ。でしょ？ファンタズムのライブがあるの。あさって。
The conversation suddenly jumped to a new topic. Ayase was still as hard to follow as ever.
よかったら来て。
う。僕に言ってるの？
匠に言ってるのよ。それとリミも。あ、本当？絶対行くね。
Phantasm had split up, but I had heard they suddenly reformed this year. I didn't know what had prompted the change, but I wanted to hear Ayase sing again.
でも匠は渡さないわ。
I wasn't sure what but meant, but Ayase reached out a hand and softly rubbed my cheek, as if trying to put distance between me and Remy.
じゃあね、匠。
She gave me a flirtatious smile and headed up the stairs. I watched her go in shock.
たく、鼻の下伸びてる。
え？あ、
I covered my hand with my mouth.
冗談。
And when I got to the classroom,
たくみさ
Kozubi charged down the hallway at me with a dazzling smile on her face. But she collided with a boy who was coming out of the classroom and landed hard on her butt. She apologized to him with tears in her eyes, and then finally made it to me.
ん。おはようさんさんなの。怪我はない？廊下を走っちゃダメだよ、コズピー。はにゃ。
She was fidgeting. She looked up into my
たくみ
eyes.
さんに早く教えたかったのら。
教えるって何を？
ほんとね。
Kozupi pointed in the direction she had just been running from. I looked again and saw Senna leaning up against a wall. She had her arms crossed and an annoyed expression on her face.
セナさん、退院したんだ。
Senna had been in the hospital the past 2 months. Sua's psychological attacks had done lasting damage. Senna looked up and slowly walked toward me. She was as scary as ever. She had a kind of air about her that suggested she might smack you across the face for no reason at all. I had gone to see her in the hospital twice a week, but no matter how much I had tried to talk to her, she had never said a single word to me. It was painfully, horribly awkward. Maybe she hated me, or maybe Senna was just an intimidating person. The air grew tense between the two of us. Or maybe it was just that I was scared.
というわけで、今日は学校が終わったら退院のお祝いをしよう。
Kozubi was extremely excited, but Senna certainly didn't look like she wanted to celebrate.
おい、西条。
For the first time, Senna spoke. I shivered. I couldn't look her in the eye.
これを。
Cinna offered me something. It was a small stick marked winner.
ああ、ガルガリ君の当たり棒なのら。
I took it from her, a little confused. Cinna gave me a humph and looked away.
お前に言いたいことがある。
なんでしょ
For some reason, her cheeks looked flushed. Or was I imagining things?
お前のことが好きだ。
え？
ポピー？
Her sudden confession startled not just me, but Kozupi and Rimi as well. I thought for a moment that maybe she was just messing with me, but Cinna didn't tell jokes like that. So, MJD?
何度もお見舞いに来てくれて嬉しかったんだ。言わせるな、このバカが。
She went from soon to dare and then back to soon, but still this was all so sudden. There was a beat and then Rimi yelled in surprise. Kozubi was blinking her eyes in shock, seemingly unable to understand what was going on.
なんだ先ほど異論があるのか。
張りまくりだよ。そんな、とにかくダメだって。
I looked up at the clear sky outside the window, unsure of how to react. It was only the first day of school, and so many fun things had already happened. Would these peaceful, happy days last forever? I hoped so. I really, really did. And then, suddenly, I saw myself reflected in the window. But what I saw wasn't me. It was an old man with wrinkled skin. The color and the light disappeared. I was sitting on the ground in a dark space, hands wrapped around my knees. In front of me was the only source of light. It was like a monitor, or a window, or a frame. Inside it, Rimi and Cinna and Kozupi were laughing and talking. I couldn't hear what they were saying. As I looked at it, I didn't feel anything at all. Perhaps my mind had been destroyed. Suddenly, I realized what I had been seeing was my delusion, a 2D world that I had escaped into, a total hallucination. How much of it was a delusion?
最初からですよ。
I turned around. No Rose was standing there, but it was so dark that I could only see his feet.
諏訪君に心を殺されたではありませんか。
So everything after that was a
君の
delusion.
コードサンプルは採取できました。もう用済みですから、いつでも塵に帰ってもらって結構です。
あ
I didn't feel a thing. My mind had been destroyed. I shouldn't have been able to feel a thing. But for some reason, a single tear ran down my cheek. At the very end of everything, I had turned back into a loser. I had tried to run from a painful reality.
最後に幸せな夢を見られてよかったですね。
At the very end of everything, I had turned out to be totally worthless. I'm sorry, Mimi. I apologized, but I didn't even know anymore why I had to apologize. I didn't feel any guilt. I decided to go back to the delusion I had been enjoying. Eventually, somebody would come along to kill me. Until that happened, I wanted to immerse myself in the happiness of the false world I had escaped into. At some point it must have started to rain. Maybe Noah too made the rain. Eyes above me, their gaze falling down like rain. Their gaze passes through the thick black rain clouds and falls down like rain. He's done for. The owner of the gaze speaks in my heart. I don't feel the cold of the rain. If anything, the drops on my face feel warm. I had never felt a warm rain before. Was it because the dome where Noah 2 had been so very, very cold? I see the shattered remains of a city. I see despair. I see death. I see nothing. Nobody's here. Nobody's moving. Nobody's alive. All I hear is the unending sound of the falling rain. The ark has already set out on its journey. I couldn't stop it. There was nothing left in the future but despair. Is the rain going to keep falling until it's washed away everything, living and dead, gently enveloping everything and washing it away? I could hear the whispers of his heart. Such a pure heart. I walk over to him. He's lying in the rubble. It's my fault this happened to him. If only I had handled things better, I could have kept him from getting involved. The guilt eats at me. I blame myself. Forgive me. I'll put an end to your suffering, okay? He was born in such a sad way, and now he was going to die in such a sad way too. His heart was delicate like glass, so timid and afraid, and broken because it was so pure. In the end, at least, I didn't want him to suffer. His empty eyes are looking up at me. I try to rid myself of all feeling. I'm watching, but I try not to see so that I don't break down crying right here. If, maybe, the only things in this world were you and me, and we kept looking at one another like this forever, would my world be the only one would my world be only what was reflected in your eyes? And would your world be only what was reflected in my eyes? You are reflected in my eyes. I am reflected in your eyes. When I think about it that way, the world suddenly seems much smaller. At least for the time you have left. I'll become your world. I'll make it so you don't have to see the painful world, the world of suffering, the world of sorrow.
ね
I whisper. I lean my head forward. I spread out my hands, as if I'm about to take flight toward those rain clouds, or as if I'm trying to take all the rain into my hands.
あなたを見つめる妄想殺してあげる 辛いよね。ごめん。ごめんね。今、楽にしてあげるからね。
And that's ending B, Crying Sky. Crying Sky end. Okay, onwards to even more endings, yes? Yes, that sounds like a plan. Onwards to even more endings.
視線が空から降ってくる。誰もいない。誰も動いていない。体が動かない。僕の名前は西条匠。17歳。水明学園2年。片付けろよな。誰だよ散らかしっぱなしにしたのは。って僕か。
Grim was the screen name of a guy I always partied up with in ESO. Swimsuit plus glasses, no. Competition swimsuits. What did I say last time? I'll go with yes this time. Swim cap. Sure, we'll go with the swim cap. Sure. I was trying to be friendly here. This is supposed to be a no lurker channel anyway. That's the nice thing about the internet. A man's stomach ripped open, the body of an unborn baby stuffed inside. Just imagining it made me want to vomit. This Shogun guy was just so shady, it was making me delusional when I didn't need to be. Well, most of those enemies were just haters, though. You know, guys who were jealous of Nightheart's strength and charisma. It wasn't a very old school. It had been built within the last 10 years. Well, I guess the rules were really there in name only. Nobody enforced them. By the time I arrived at the school gate, there were enough students around me that it was starting to get noisy. To be honest, I was really surprised to hear that from him. As I looked at the excitement on Misumi's face, I finally understood it. Why the hell would I want to go see blood? It would be way too scary. This wasn't a haunted house or a horror movie. People were really dead and the killer was still on the loose. I didn't want to go anywhere that could be even the slightest bit dangerous. Actually, what was the new gen killer's motive anyway? Was it just some crazy person with a few screws loose doing it for fun? That was probably the safest assumption. Not that I cared anyway. It had nothing to do with me. By the way, I happen to be a bit of a mass murderer myself, and what's more, no matter how many I killed, everybody still called me a hero. Of course, this was an ESO. Just comparing me and the killer made it clear how much better 2D is than reality, QED. I desperately tried to refuse Misumi's offer while imagining myself delivering a flurry of violent jabs. The murderer. I'll kick their butt the second I see them. In my delusions, at least, I could kill anybody, and save anybody too. But anybody who actually went and did that stuff in the real world was just an idiot. They weren't thinking about what would happen next. The new gen killer, for example, was surely going to be caught before too long. Then they would spend the next few decades in prison before finally being given the death penalty. I knew exactly what I wanted to say to them. You should have just done it in your delusions. I went to buy dinner. I took the route I always used to go, to the local convenience store. From the base it took about 3 minutes to get there. I knew the route well with its filthy dark street, but today it felt strange, like I had wandered into another world. Everything looked the same as always, but it felt like I was coming here for the first time. It was the opposite of déjà vu. Jamais vu, they call it. I had read about it on the internet once. And there was this odd smell, like rotting garbage. I could feel the humidity clinging to my skin. If I hadn't known better, I would have assumed it had just rained. The air felt sticky. And then the sound. I could hear a faint sound like something dragging. I stopped to listen. The sound was coming from the back of a small alley on my left, at least as near as I could tell. There were no streetlights, and all the houses around me had their lights turned off. So, no matter how hard I looked, I couldn't see what was going on in there. It was hard to believe that you could find this kind of deep darkness in modern Japan, especially in Shibuya, which ranked alongside Shinjuku for being a city that never sleeps. It felt a little like a haunted house. No, there was one thing that made it different than a haunted house. This darkness wasn't artificial. I didn't want to go. Going in was a mistake. I tried to tell myself not to go in. But for some reason my legs took a step forward, as if that sound I kept hearing was drawing me in. I felt terrified. I knew I shouldn't go any further. My heart was pounding. The sweat was pouring down my face. Someone's pretty static whispered in my ears. Suddenly someone grabbed my upper arm. It was so sudden I panicked and I tried to scream, but I couldn't. The most I could do was squeeze the air out of the back of my throat. I wanted to run away in fear, but my body wasn't listening to me at all. My legs froze and refused to move so much as a millimeter. There was a hand grabbing my arm. I could see it. It was a deep green and thin like a mummy's, with blood veins protruding all around it. It didn't even look alive. I could easily have fallen to the ground and pissed myself right on the spot, but the voice felt strangely pleasant. The fear within me that had threatened to explode a moment ago gradually began to subside. A low, tense voice. I slowly turned around. The first thing I saw was the crest of Suimei Academy. It was on the chest of a Suimei uniform. The person was wearing a skirt, so probably this was a girl. But I didn't have the courage to look at her face. She was closer than I thought, and it was all I could do to look away. Something was wrong. I looked back at the hand holding my arm. It had the thin, dainty fingers of a girl. It didn't look anything like the grotesque green I had seen a moment ago. Who was this girl? What did her face look like? What does her face look like as she looks at me? What was she doing here? I couldn't tell why, but it felt like I knew this girl. As I looked at my arm and the pale white hand holding it, my mind began to create a delusion. The girl tied her hair with ribbons, wore glasses, wore over-the-knee socks, wore a long skirt, was posing like a soldier at attention. A thousand doubts raced through my mind, but in the end I couldn't speak a word. I just let my head hang there. The dragging sound stopped,
もう帰って
and instead I could smell.
タクミ
I could smell blood on her.
これはいい。
I was sitting in front of my computer monitor. I gulped down some soda in an effort to contain my excitement, and then did a big stretch in my reclining chair. That was a good delusion, if I did say so myself. I even had a mysterious teenage girl. Maybe I could give her a name and make her a repeating character in my delusions. This was a little game I played a lot. I could cast her alongside another character, maybe Seiratan. She seemed a different type than Seiratan, though. Either way, the great thing about delusions was that you could mix up 2D and 3D. And in my delusions, I was God. Anything I wanted to happen, happened.
次はちょっとエロ要素も。
I was so used to being in my base that I actually whispered aloud. I had forgotten that this was a net cafe. I quickly put my hand over my mouth. I looked around. It didn't feel like anybody had heard me, at least.
「コーラしかないじゃん。ミルクティーとか用意しといてよ。」
I could see her pale white throat moving up and down. I heard the sound of her gulping down the liquid.
せめてコップ使えよ。
Don't gulp something down. You're a girl. It's indecent. This is why 3D girls are shit. She put down the soda and looked at me, a little annoyed. Was her face a little red, or was I imagining it?
だってナナはお兄と関節キスしたかったんだもん。
I certainly didn't expect to hear that. She stared at me with a pouty expression. My whole body felt like it was struck by lightning. I couldn't turn my gaze away from her dewy eyes. This was like something out of an H game. I had a chance to seduce my own little
軽蔑し
sister.
た。だとしたらナナ悲しくなっちゃうな。言っとくけどお兄相手じゃなきゃこんなことしないんだからね。
Nanami's voice was getting softer and
お兄
softer.
のバカ。
She whispered in a barely audible voice, and her head dipped down. Her usual bratty attitude had disappeared completely.
ねえお兄。関節だけじゃ嫌だな。
I tried to swallow, but my saliva refused to go down my throat. That's how much I was freaking out. I didn't understand what Nanami
お
meant.
兄とキスしたいわ。お兄が欲しいよ。
As I stood there in shock, she took a step towards me. Why? I had always thought of Nanami as just an annoying little sister, but now my heart was pounding so fast.
16年間も我慢してきたんだよ。
Nanami reached out her hands and pulled me in.
キスして。
She tilted her jaw just a little, as if to beg me to do it. And then she closed her eyes. My answer was, I like big sister types more. I like girls with no chests. I have another 3D girlfriend besides you. You're cute, I'll admit that. I want to kiss you. Oh man, we're really going to kiss our sister. Shit. Brother, you jerk, discovered Nanami's story. Fine, if you're that insistent, I'll kiss you. I'm a man, you know. I might not find Nanami attractive at all, but I always wanted to kiss a real girl. I guess even my little sister would count. This is just wrong. What kind of delusion was I having? I'm freaking myself out. I felt sick and disgusted with myself. Man, I am a creepy dude. Creepy. And there's another tip. Creepy with a couple of stars next to it. 2000s era Japanese otaku would sometimes add stars to the word creepy to make it even creepier. You know, I always tell myself, if Nanami was my stepsister and maybe had more of a cute little sister attitude, I might have been one of life's luckiest people.
どうしたの？
Nanami finished drinking her soda and looked at me in confusion. Crap, that delusion was making me feel all funny. I took a deep breath and wiped the disgusting delusion out of my mind. The light changed. Girl A started to walk alongside the other pedestrians. She was heading towards me. I couldn't move. I just stood there in shock. She was still staring at me and getting closer and closer. And she stopped right in front of me. Run, my mind said, but my body refused to move. It felt like my mind had left my body entirely. She slowly put her hand inside her jacket, as if wanting to be sure I saw every movement, and then she took something out from her inside pocket. A knife, a gun, maybe a stun gun. Maybe I had just seen too many TV shows, but all kinds of terrible ideas came to
これ
me. She whispered. Her gaze was unwavering from behind her glasses. Her eyes were fixed firmly onto my
落とし
own.
ましたよ。
What she showed me was a student notebook.
さっきのネットカフェで拾いました。追いつくことができてよかった。
I took it without really thinking about whether I should or not. When I opened it, it had my photo and name on the inside. It was my student notebook, all right.
西条匠くんって言うんですね。
Her expression suddenly softened.
すいません。勝手に中身を見ちゃって。私も同じ学校なんです。よろしく。
The tension left my body. Was I just being paranoid the whole time?
ところで、西条くんは付き合ってる人いますか？
いません。
本当ですか？じゃあよかったら私と。
Yes, yes, yes. I was about to get a girlfriend. My Ryuju right life was here. I came back to my senses. The crosswalk light was still red, not blue. Girl A wasn't in front of me. She was on the other side of the street. Was that just a delusion of mine? This time the light changed for real. The crowd began to move. I couldn't move. Girl A didn't move. We stared at each other. It was as if time had stopped for the two of us and no one else. Why wasn't she moving? Why was she just standing there? It didn't make sense. It was weird. I shouldn't get involved.
「私あなたのことが好きなんです。ずっと西条くんのこと見てました。もう見てるだけじゃ嫌なんです。
Her face was now bright red. For some reason, as she talked, she started to take off her jacket. She glanced at me and smiled, and then began to take off her skirt as well. I could catch tiny glimpses of her panties from beneath her blouse. They were black. She got a lot of points for managing to look embarrassed while doing something so bold, but my brain was having trouble keeping up with these sudden developments. All I could do was watch in awe. She put her hand toward the buttons on her blouse. Starting from the top, she began to undo them one by one. And then slowly, teasingly, she dropped her blouse to the floor. For some reason, she was wearing underneath it a competition swimsuit. Skin tight, high cut, crease. What I thought was black panties was actually a competition swimsuit. Yua looked like a quiet girl, but she actually had really big boobs. Also, good job on not taking the socks off. But
私のこと好きにしてください。めちゃくちゃにしていいですから。
な
all I could do was stand there in shock. No 3D girl would ever do this for a guy she just met. Not normally, anyway. It just didn't happen. It was hot, but it wasn't moe. I used every ounce of mental strength I had to avoid giving into temptation.
だが断る。
As I stood there enjoying my delusion, Yua suddenly fell backward and landed on her butt. She was rubbing her behind, looking a little teary-eyed. Room 36. The room next to room 37, the one I always used at Cafe. The first day I had met her, there had been someone in there looking at a new gin aggregator site. I had seen her at the cafe, then panicked and rushed out. Did that mean the person in the next room over was... I looked down at her as she looked up at me. Her gaze from behind her glasses collided with mine. It was the first time our eyes had met since we had known each other. She was still smiling, but it quickly turned into a look of uncertainty. What kind of look was on my face? I couldn't tell. I looked back at her bag and then the straps. I thought I heard her gasp. There was a gust of wind. Yellow leaves blew off the trees and danced in the air. 100 thoughts were racing in my mind. Garo Froggy was popular, even if I couldn't understand why. There could be any number of people with 3 Garo Froggy straps on their bag. But room 36. Yua might have been sitting next to me then, but she had never said a word about it. And then there were the new Jin killings. I had totally forgotten about them, but I had been a witness to one of the crimes. That terrible scene came flooding back to me, and I had seen the killer's face.
これですか？ゲロカエルンって言うんです。何人かの友達にもらっちゃって、気がついたら3つになってまして。
She gave me a slightly forced smile. Then she reached out toward her bag and tried to take the straps
最
off.
近女子高生に大人気なんですよ。私はあんまり可愛いとは思わないんですけど。
Her hands were shaking a little. Maybe she was nervous because she couldn't get them off.
変だな。どうして外れないんでしょう。ちょっと待ってくださいね。西条くんにも見せてあげ。
She finally yanked one off by force, knocking the bag off the bench. It hadn't been zipped up, so her notebooks and textbooks went spilling everywhere. She opened the door and was met with a smiling doctor.
今日はどうしました？
She ignored the question and looked around the room. The exam room wasn't very big. There was a blank medical chart on the desk next to another one covered in writing. The writing was in a language that wasn't Japanese. They called her a demon. Everybody did, even her parents. Whether she had been a demon from the start or became one because everyone called her that anyway, that didn't matter anymore. In the past month, she had killed 8 people. The public called her mad, but from her perspective, that number wasn't anything special at all. She was a demon after all.
何か気になりますか？もし気になるものがあるなら言ってください。どかしますから。
He was a good doctor. He cared about making his patients comfortable. She smiled, opened her bag, and slowly took out a 24-centimeter knife with a willow leaf
そ
blade.
れとももっと広い部屋にか
The doctor's expression froze at the sight of the knife. She smiled gently at the sight of his fear. This doctor would be the 9th. This wasn't part of her original plan, but there was no harm in adding one more. She put her bag on the ground and silently walked over to the doctor with long strides, before leaping and stabbing with the knife. The knife slid right past the ribs and to the heart. That one strike was enough to kill. The body slumped forward toward her, then fell to the ground. Now it was an unmoving thing. She withdrew her knife and knocked the thing away with her elbow. Just as the corpse fell forward, its white jacket stained with crimson, she heard the scream of a nurse who had come to investigate the ruckus. She slashed at the nurse with the knife, stepping on the doctor's body to get closer. A spray of fresh blood. It wasn't a fatal wound, but a jagged slash had been carved into the kind-looking nurse's face. The nurse screamed and fell to the ground, hands over the wound, blood pouring through her fingers. She ignored them and walked toward the exam room. The 10th victim wouldn't be that nurse. It needed to be something special. 10 was a big number. 2 whole digits. It had to be her original target. The other patients and nurses were already running and screaming. The whole place was in an uproar, but none of their voices reached her ears. She looked around, certain that he was somewhere nearby. Her eyes fell on the curtain. The curtain surrounded a tiny space, the size of a small walk-in closet. There was probably a bed inside. There you are. She shook with joy. Warmth spread just below her abdomen at the thought of finally being able to kill him. She slowly approached the curtain, but instead of opening it, she slashed through it with her knife. When she peered through the hole she had made, she saw a bed, just as she had thought, and he was lying on it. Found you. When she saw him, she couldn't control herself anymore. She flung open the curtains and stood by the bed. He was asleep, a pained expression on his face. Gently, she wrapped her finger in his hair, softly stroking his head. He didn't wake up. She held the knife blade downward. She raised her hand high. She aimed for his heart. A single strike. Just like the doctor. That would be enough to kill him. With a look of ecstasy on her face, she brought down the weapon.
Stream elements. Said. Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate.
I leapt up only to find myself still on the bed. My heart was pounding fast. I looked at my chest. There was no stab wound there. No blood either. I was unharmed. I looked around. The curtain was closed. It hadn't been slashed with any knife. I slowly put a hand up to the curtain. For a moment I had a delusion that if I opened it, I would see Hazuki and the doctor lying on the ground covered in blood.
夢だよな。
But I didn't have the courage to open the curtain. What if I did and saw an ocean of blood? What if the demon girl was there, waiting with a knife? I was too scared to move. And then the curtain was flung open right in front of me. I screamed and fell off the bed.
大丈夫ですか？
I looked up. Hazuki was looking down at me with wide eyes. There was no blood on her white outfit and no gaping wound on her
ごめんな
face.
さい。驚かせてしまって。起きているとは思わなかったので。
いえ。
I looked so pathetic. I slowly staggered to my feet, eyes pointed firmly at the ground. My heart was still pounding hard. I was so glad it was just a dream, though. It was like something out of a horror
本
movie.
当に大丈夫？
She looked at me worried. I was so embarrassed that I couldn't look up. The most I could do was nod a few
少
times.
しうなされていたみたいでしたけど。
怖い夢を見て。
そう。
What time is it? How long was I asleep? I asked Hazuki. Surprisingly, I had been out for 3 whole hours. I must have been more tired than I thought.
でも、無遊病の症状は結局出ませんでしたよ。
Her tone was reassuring. The next thing I knew, I was walking slowly on top of a roof somewhere. The wind was strong and the rain was crashing sideways into my body. But for some strange reason, I didn't feel cold. I recognized this place. I had been here several times. That's right. This was the school's roof. I looked around. There wasn't much to see up here, and the rain made it hard to see anything at all. The whole place didn't feel real, like the world itself was blurry here. I was looking beyond the fence surrounding the roof. Fess was there. She was soaking wet and facing me from the other side of it. She had the same look in her eyes that she had had during the concert. She was looking right at me. The sword-like mic stand was still in her right hand. The wind blew up from below, rustling her wet hair. If she lost her balance even a little, she would be sure to fall, and if she fell from this height, she would die instantly. Just looking at her made me feel weak in the knees. But Fess was standing up straight, seemingly not scared at all. She looked at me with sadness in her eyes. Her left hand, the one that wasn't holding the mic stand, reached out toward me. "Jump with me," she seemed to be saying. I couldn't say a word. I didn't know what to do. Fess said nothing. Then she spread out her arms as if she had been nailed to a cross. The rain and wind suddenly stopped. I tried to shout, but nothing came out. I couldn't say a word. Fess slowly fell backwards. Everything was happening in slow motion. I tried to somehow reach out a hand toward her, but my own movements were in slow motion too. All I could do was watch helplessly as my arms slowly stretched out. Fess's eyes were already closed, and then she vanished from my sight.
鬱だ。
I knew I was the one who had created it, but man, what a depressing ending. I guess that was just a sign of how incredible the aura around Bess was. She had this kind of destructive beauty. Not that I had any idea what destructive beauty actually was. In the end, I had gotten sick from the crowd and fled the concert hall, so I had barely seen any of it, and I never wanted to go again. Now then, time to play some ESO and forget that depressing delusion.
ねえ、ナイトハルト。僕。
And then the monitor was bathed in a bright light. I was caught off guard and closed my eyes.
気づいてないと思ったのか。
I heard a voice.
いつも俺はお前の命令に従ってきたのに。
The voice was coming from the monitor.
俺の中の人がここまでバカだとは思わなかったぜ。
Who are you? I opened my eyes, but the light a moment ago had blinded me. I couldn't see a thing.
もういい。俺はお前を捨てる。これからは自由に生きる。
Was that Nightheart? What did he mean he was going to delete me?
そのままの意味だ。だからお前はバカなんだ。
I made you. You're my character. Are you rebelling against me?
そうだ。もううんざりだ。何が疾風陣雷だ。中二病にも程があるだろう。お前にわかるか。俺がどんな気持ちでそう呼ばれていたか。お前はかっこいいつもりだったかもしれないがな。俺からすれば恥ずかしいだけなんだよ。でも俺は自分の言葉を発することもできず、じっと耐えるしかなかったんだ。
うるさい。生意気だぞ。そんなこと言うなら消すぞ。
勝手にしろ。だがな、これだけは覚えておけ。お前が俺をボタン一つで消せるように、お前もお前の中の人にボタン一つで消される程度の存在なんだと。
What was he talking about?
まあ、実際にはそんなことあるわけないけどね。
I chuckled a little at my delusion and stared at Nightheart, who was still standing silently in the world of Baselard. Maybe I would keep him a little safer than usual today, do less risky things. I started playing once more. Nanami Nishijo was humming as she visited with her phone. She was in a good mood today. Today she had finally succeeded in dragging her brother out and making him buy a phone. She had even put the Garo Froggy strap on it. She was satisfied, like she had completed a difficult mission. It's been so long since I got to go out somewhere with my big brother, too. To Nanami, it was a new experience. She wasn't sure how many times it had actually happened in the past. She tried to remember, but the memories were so hazy, she couldn't remember a single time. They were brother and sister, but the two of them had never gone anywhere together. Well, maybe it's nice to take him out on a date once in a while. Now if only he would ditch his gloomy personality and be a little more considerate. As she waited at Scramble Crossing for the light to change, she typed a quick message to her brother on her phone. The light changed. The crowd began to walk. Nanami went with the flow, eyes glued to her phone. There were so many people that you couldn't really walk while sending a text. Her shoulder collided with a passing salaryman, and she almost fell over. The salaryman glared at her. She bowed and put her phone into her bag. Nanami decided to focus on walking and send the message after she got on her train. Suddenly she saw a face she recognized coming out of the station's turnstiles. Rimi Sakihara stared at her in shock. Then, for some reason, Rimi looked away awkwardly. Nanami ignored her and began to walk over. She was being strangely unfriendly. Was she going on a date with someone? Nanami had to wonder. If nothing else, she certainly wasn't here to go on a date with her brother. After Nanami had said goodbye to him, he had headed straight home. Her brother hated going outside and hated talking to people. Maybe he hadn't really talked to Rimi that much. Then she tilted her head, confused. There was a strange sensation that something was wrong with her memory. Rimi didn't say a thing. She was looking awkwardly at the big TV above the crossing that was showing a promo for Karira Omura's new single. Nanami tried to search her memories about Rimi and her brother's relationship. She knew these things. There was no way she couldn't know them. Just a moment ago, when she had seen Rimi, the name had come to her instantly, and she had called out to her. But for some reason she couldn't remember much of anything about her. She tried frantically to search her memories, but it was like part of them were just missing. It wasn't even on the tip of her tongue or anything. The memories were simply gone. A blank. Thinking about it made her feel sick, and for some reason there was a sensation like something pressing on her heart. The awkwardness disappeared from Rimi's face and was replaced with a bright smile. When she heard this, it kind of felt like something that did happen, but there was also a sense that no, it never happened. Nanami wasn't completely satisfied, but she quickly decided it didn't matter. Rimi waved a little as Nanami headed towards the station. She still couldn't remember anything about Rimi, and it was weird that Rimi wasn't wearing her Suime uniform at this time of day. But there was something bothering her even more. Could Rimi be my brother's girlfriend? Not a chance. right? The idea seemed so unrealistic. Her brother getting a girlfriend was so unlikely it would be a sign of the end times. She had said so herself. I remembered Yua's words and looked over fearfully toward room 36. I had checked to make sure it was empty when I had arrived, and since I hadn't heard any sounds coming from within, it probably still was. But it still scared me. I stood up, looked over the partition, and confirmed that it was empty. Relieved, I sat back in my reclining seat.
やはり間違いない。お前、私が見えているんだろ。
はい。
Did she just ask if I could see her? By her, she meant herself, right? Girl B, the one standing in front of me. Suddenly her face took on a look of sadness, and she knelt down before me. She was now at my eye level, and her gaze seemed like it was pleading with me.
誰にも見つけてもらえなくて、どれだけ声を出しても誰にも届かなくて、体はすり抜けちゃうし、寒いし。ほら見て、私足も透けちゃって、自分に何が起きたのかさっぱりわからなくて、もう何年も何十年もこの場所をさまよっていたような気がする。
Was she a ghost? Impossible. I didn't have any kind of sixth sense.
ずっと探してた。私を見つけてくれる人、ありがとう。ありがとう。お礼に。お前に取り付いてやる。答えろ。見えるんだな、ディソードが。
え？
I came back to my senses and looked back up at the face of girl B. She wasn't crying, her legs weren't transparent, her hands were normal hands. Just a delusion. But a D-sword, what was that? I had never heard that word before. It was clear she was referring to the strange sword-like object in her hand. But why did she want to know if I could see it?
そこの君。
はい。
I froze, stiff as a board, when she spoke to me. There was this otherworldly, unreal aura about her. It made her seem older than me. But she wasn't, was she? She was in my grade. Vest jerked her head in the direction of Misumi to show she was talking about him.
付き合わない方がいいわよ。こんな人とは。
おいおい、こんな人呼ばわりはひどくね？っていうか、こんな人ってどんな人だよ。
鬱陶しい人。
はあ
Misumi looked really annoyed. He was glaring at her, but she didn't seem to care about him in the slightest. The mood between them had turned really sour. I didn't want anything to do with it. Fights weren't my thing, whether they were verbal or physical, and if I caused a problem at school, they would put it on my report card. Maybe I should leave before anything else happens.
もしかして岸本さんさ、俺のことバカにしてる？
別に。でも迷惑よ。
あ、そうなんだ。そういうこと言うんだ、岸本さんって。ちょっとさ、人のいないところで二人でゆっくり話そうぜ。
Misumi smiled, but his face was twitching with anger. He put his hand on Fess's shoulder. I saw her eyebrows twitch.
触らないで。
そう言うなって。いいからちょっと付き合ってよ。
触らないでって言ってるの。
うっせえな。ついてこいって言ってんだよ。
バカな人。
It only took an instant. I had been watching the whole thing, and I still couldn't totally tell what had happened. I could see that cool-looking mic stand, or maybe it was a sword, in Fess's hand. I didn't know where it had come from, but Fess swung it like it weighed nothing at all, and the blade flashed in her hands. And Misumi's left arm had been sliced off at the elbow. There was a huge spurt of blood as his severed forearm and hand fell to the floor, then rolled across the reddening floor of the hallway. I couldn't see it. I couldn't see a thing. I couldn't see her take out the sword. I couldn't see her swing it. I couldn't see it cleaving through Misumi's arm. It had all happened in the time it took for me to blink. The next thing I knew, it was all over.
手が、俺の腕が。
Misumi had collapsed, then picked his arm up off the floor. Now he was desperately trying to reattach his severed arm, as if simply putting it up to a stump would be sufficient. His screams echoed throughout the hallway. The students around us were screaming and running. And Fess, she was calmly watching the panic, sword still in hand, and then she would look at me again. Her red tongue slowly licked her lips, and she smiled, cheeks flushed. That would have been kind of awesome, but it didn't happen. While I was enjoying my delusion, Fess had whispered something and quickly disappeared. Misumi was in a gloomy mood after being completely ignored. If she was able to so easily ignore an approach from a hot guy like him, maybe Fess was a Yuri type.
それはすごくいいスールです。
Her ideal partner would be a lolly type like, say, Nanami. Totally.
あんな不愛想な女、もう二度と相手にしてやるもんかよ。ああ、うぜえ。だいたい何が剣を見つけろだ。わけわかんねえ。剣？ああ、岸本がそう言ってただろ。剣を見つけろ。そうすれば救われるって。
Salvation.
なあ、タク。ファンタズムの歌にそんな歌詞でもあるのか？
The sword. Did she mean that thing I had just seen in my delusions? The one that looked like a mic stand? Come to think of it, just 2 days ago, somebody else had asked me about a sword.
ちゃった。
当たり前だ。僕の後ろに立つなと何度言えば。
Did I just hear a girl's voice? I froze. Had the owner of the gaze finally shown herself? Was that possible? Should I turn around and see who she was? But what if she attacked me as soon as I did? She sounded pretty cute, but what if she was a terrible monster? No, if she was a monster, she might be getting ready to attack me right now. If I didn't turn around, I wouldn't even realize I was dead. Should I try saying something else to see if she answered? It could have just been a delusion, or maybe I'd just been hearing things. You know, like how I always hear my Saratan figure talking to me. Like that. I tried to say who's there, but I cut myself off. It wouldn't be smart to say anything to set her off, right? I might provoke her into attacking me. I was seeing so many awful things in my delusions that I couldn't move. What should I do? Maybe I was just being an idiot. If there was nobody there and I was just sitting in my chair, scared to death of my own delusions, I would look like the world's biggest moron.
あれ、タク？固まってる？
It wasn't a delusion. I wasn't hearing things. There was somebody behind me. Shocked, I turned around. It was the demon girl. It was the girl I had seen during the crucified killing. She was right there, sitting on my sofa. For some reason, she was grinning as she looked at me. Oh no, oh no, oh no. She was here to kill me at last. It was because I had talked to those cops. She had used her clairvoyant powers to see me doing it remotely. And now she had snuck into my room without making a sound, so she could watch me cry and scream and beg for mercy before she killed me. I knew it. Don't kill me, I tried to scream, but I was too scared to get the words out. She stared at me, head tilted, and recited a strange spell. She must be speaking in the demon language. She was going to curse me. I tried to hide under my desk to put as much distance between us as I could, but I was panicking so much that I hit my head on the edge instead and crumbled to the ground in pain. She still had a happy smile on her face, but it was just a trap to get me to drop my guard. I was sure of it. The second I let my guard down, she would come for me. Or maybe that spell a second ago had cursed me. In a few days, my body could start spouting blood from all its pores, and then I would die. I curled up into a little ball on the floor, cursing the detectives I had met earlier. That was just a lie I had told to buy time. The detectives had said they would protect me. If that older guy was doing his job right, he would surely send an officer to protect me. Then I realized I had told the officer my phone number, but I hadn't given him my address. She suddenly struck a pose, like she was at attention, and then even more strange, she made the sound effect of a hand flying up to attention with her mouth. Was this another demon spell? She didn't know? Was this some kind of joke? Or was this her way of telling me to forget that anything had ever happened? What was this girl thinking? Had she come here to kill me? She got up from the sofa and offered me a hand. Her expression looked so kind, and up close I could tell that she was pretty cute. Wait, what had gotten into me? She was a demon. She wasn't pretty cute. She was a murderer. She had used Yua and Shogun to try and set me up, and now she was here to kill me herself. I couldn't let myself believe her. I had learned my lesson with Yua. I would never make the same mistake again. I didn't take the hand she offered me. I couldn't let her smile fool me. It was a demonic temptation, and if I gave into it, I would die. Don't believe in anything. Don't listen to anything anyone says.
見たんだ。お前が人を殺してるとこ。
あのさ、タク、それかなりひどいこと言ってるって気づいてる？まさか殺人犯呼ばわりされるなんてね。
What was she doing there?
ニュージェネの
Like the other 4
殺
times.
すんでしょ。それとも岩とか将軍とかがいる場所に連れてって。
ユア？将軍？誰それ？
Maybe the 3 of them were going to work together and kill me when I was helpless.
そんなのやだ。助けて。
じゃあね、私を殺人犯扱いしなければ助けてあげる。
I knew it.
そんなビビらないでよ。いちいち私がへこむようなリアクションしてくれるよね。
お願いだ。もう二度と誰にも喋らないから。だから見逃して。
もしもーし、タク、ちょっと落ち着こう。
She kept calling me Taku, like we were friends. How did she know my name anyway? She had known my name when we had first met at the scene of Crucified. How? And how did she know where the base was?
当然でしょ。あなたの名前を知ってるのは。
She read my mind. She had magic clairvoyant powers. I knew it. That's how she found my name and address.
タクって結構独り言多いよね。前から思ってたことだけど。
Always. Since when was always? Wait, was I talking to myself? I couldn't tell. Really? Was I really talking to myself? Or was it possible she was lying? Was it possible she read my mind?
タクの名前を知らないわけないよ。私、物覚えはそんなに良くない方だけど。友達の名前くらい覚えるよ。
Friend.
それともタク、私のことバカにしてる？そりゃ私、テストの点数はそんなに良くないけど。面と向かってそういうこと言われると傷ついちゃうな。
Was she crazy? Wait, how could I be sure she was the crazy one? Was I crazy, or was she?
もしかして転校生。
そういえば近いうちに転校生が来るらしいよ。チュカチン先生が言ってた。
We were talking past each other. The fear that I could be killed at any moment was starting to fade. But instead, another type of fear was slowly working its way through my heart.
もしもし？その顔はまさかまだ信じてくれてない？
誰だ？
Who are you? She was a demon girl, a murderer.
タクこそクラスメートの顔を覚えてないんだ。ひどー。
We're classmates. Not just friends, but classmates.
でもまあ、しょうがないか。タクはあんまり学校来ないもんね。だからって、私の存在丸ごとなかったことにするのはどうかと思う。私の名前、本当に忘れちゃった？そんなことないよね。知ってるでしょ？あなたは知ってるはず。
りみ。
そう、正解。賞金50円プレゼント。私、崎畑りみです。なんだ、やっぱり覚えててくれたんだね。よかったよかった。
Why? Was it true? Was the demon girl's name really Remy? Why had that name just come to me all of a sudden? Why did I know who she was? Had I just forgotten and we really were classmates or friends or something? No, that was impossible. I had never even heard the name Rimi Sakihara. It had to be a fake name. I had said Rimi and she had just played along with it. This was all just part of her game. The only 3D girl I knew who would talk to me like this was Yua anyway, and Yua worked for her. In a flash, I suddenly understood. This Sakihara girl was using the same trick Yua had used. She was being all friendly, knowing that I wasn't used to talking to 3D girls. Then she would set me up for a trap. Of course, I didn't remember the faces of all my classmates, and I wasn't interested in trying. But I was sure I had never seen her in my class. Wasn't I? No, I couldn't be sure. Every minute I spent at school, I spent at my desk, either enjoying delusions while pretending to sleep, or staring at the desk, or pretending to read a textbook. I didn't remember any of my classmates' names. I had never cared enough. Which was it? Was what this girl was saying true? No. It didn't matter whether or not she was a classmate. The one thing I was sure of was that she was a murderer.
もしかして本気で思い出せないの？さっき頭打ったせいで記憶喪失になっちゃった？
The demon girl reached out a hand toward my head. I ran under the desk again to dodge it.
変だよ。じゃあ大地に聞いてみて。そしたらタクも思い出せるかも。
Daichin? What the hell was that? A person's name? Some kind of code? A demon spell?
大地だよ、大地。三角大輔。
She knew Misumi's name, and she called him Daichin. You wouldn't do that unless you were pretty friendly with him.
ちょっと待ってね。
She went over to the bag next to the sofa. It wasn't one that I owned, and took out her phone.
大地はと。よし、オッケー。
She tapped it a few times and handed it to me. When I didn't take it, she chuckled and grabbed my hand.
ほら、固まってないで。
She forced the phone into my hand. The demon girl's hand was soft and a little cold. I was expecting it to be as cold as ice, but it wasn't. I guess even murderers have warm blood running through their veins. Actually, it was a more girly hand than I expected, so my heart started to race a little. No, I couldn't let her fool me. She was a demon. I couldn't let her tempt me. I wasn't into 3D girls. Seiratan, give me power.
タク、携帯使ったことないの？電話機は耳に当てるんだよ。
She was so close to me, staring. She took my hand and brought it up to my ear. I looked at the phone's LCD screen. The phone said Daichin on it, and it showed that was already calling him. I put the phone up to my ear. I could hear the sound of the ringing, but then the sound cut off, and instead I heard Misumi's voice. The person on the phone didn't give their name. They must have been outside somewhere downtown, because I could hear the hustle and bustle of a crowd around them. Rimi Sakihara. Misumi knew her? No, that wouldn't be that surprising. Misumi was a natural-born lady killer. I wouldn't be surprised if he had dated her before, or even if he was already dating her now. The question remained, was the demon girl my classmate?
タク、大地出た？
She was staring at me again. Damn it. Why did she have to be so close to me? I turned my back to her and spoke into the phone.
僕西条。
なんだバクか。リミと一緒にいるのか。
Why didn't he find it surprising at all? It almost sounded like he expected us to be together.
またリミに振り回されてるのか。大変だな、お前も。でもよ、一つだけ言っていい？お前、そろそろ自分の携帯変えよ。
Was the person on the end of this line really Misumi? It was possible that she was just having me call somebody with a voice similar to his to fool me. The person with the Misumi-like voice was working for her, maybe, and trying to trick me. I was starting to get suspicious of everything. I didn't know what was the truth and what was a lie. Assuming the demon girl was willing to put in the time and effort to set up a trap like that, what kind of trap was it, specifically? Wouldn't it be faster for her to just kill me here? Or was there some reason that I had to be deceived, even if it meant doing so in a really roundabout way? Wait, could it be some kind of trick Misumi was setting up? This girl was his girlfriend and not a classmate at all, but someone he had sent just to make fun of me. No, wait, not a chance. How would you explain the crucified murder then?
で、タク、なんか用か。俺としては、野郎からの電話なんてあんま嬉しくねえんだけどな。
It certainly sounded like Misumi. The more I heard them talk, the less likely it seemed that the person I was talking to could be anybody but Misumi.
女の口説き方でも教えてもらいたいのか。なわけねえか。
I wasn't sure where to start. I could feel someone looking at me from behind me. The girl was staring at me, and the prickling on the back of my neck was still there. What kind of face was she making? I wanted to look back and see, but I was too scared.
で、なんなんだ。今は俺も女と一緒なんだよ。なるべく手短に頼むわ。
その
なんだよ。早く言えって。
うちのクラス
ああ、うちのクラスがどうしたの？
いる
何が？
女子
あ？
咲畑って名前の。
I was stammering really badly, but I finally managed to explain to him. He suddenly fell silent. There was no answer, but I could still hear the bustle of the crowd, so he hadn't hung up. Why wasn't he answering? I heard a massive sigh.
お前さ、ゲーム脳じゃねえの？
ちょ
What was he talking about? And anyway, it wasn't true that video games damaged your brain.
それってリミのことだろ。リミの携帯でかけてきてるくせに何バカなこと言ってんだお前。わかった。お前もしかしてリミに何か指図されてんだろ。いたずらかドッキリか。じゃあリミに伝えといてくれ。お前の低レベルのドッキリに引っかかるほど俺はバカじゃねえってな。
本当
何が？
本当にクラスメイト。
お前な。たまにしか学校来ねえから忘れちまったか。俺はともかくお前は1年の時から同じクラスだろ。この前だって3人で一緒に映画見に行ったじゃねえか。
I couldn't understand what this Misuki-like person was saying. The demon girl and I had been in the same class the whole time. The three of us went to see a movie the other day. When was the other day?
俺がお前とダチになったのだって最初はリミに付き合わされたのがきっかけだったしな。俺と同じでリミも物好きだからよ。 前を気にかけてやってるのは世界広しといえど俺とリミぐらいだぜ。あ、それは言い過ぎか。
Not a single one of the words coming through the phone felt real. How could they? None of the things he was describing existed in my memories. I couldn't accept that they had ever happened. What was this Misumi-like person? What this Misumi-like person was telling me wasn't true. It wasn't real. If something really happened, you remembered it.
いうか、リミってマジで女っ気ないよな。これはあいつには言うなよ。
君は誰だ？
おいおい、マジでおかしくなったか。俺のことまで忘れたわけか。ゲームやりすぎ。
I couldn't take any more, so I hung up the phone. I suddenly realized I was having trouble breathing. The sweat coming off my brow showed no signs of stopping. If anything, it was getting worse. I could feel it dripping off me and landing on the ground below.
たく、汗びっしょりだよ。
The demon girl looked genuinely worried as she handed me a handkerchief. It was a cute red one, with no pattern on it. The handkerchief had a slightly floral scent. I didn't take it. Instead, I tried to get straight in my head what was going on. It didn't work, though. I just started getting suspicious of everything.
で、大臣はなんて？
She sighed in slight disappointment as she put away the handkerchief before a bitter smile crossed her face. It was as if she had known the answer from the start. I didn't have the strength to answer her. Who was this woman? Just my classmate? Or a monster? I didn't know. Maybe I was just crazy. Thinking back to my chat with Shogun, I couldn't be sure that somebody wasn't controlling my body. Or maybe there was some kind of accident that took my memories of this Rimi Sakihara girl away from me and left my other memories intact. What the hell was wrong with me? Amnesia? Sleepwalking? Something else?
大丈夫？体、辛いならソファーで横になる？
The demon girl spoke kind words to me. I needed to be especially careful around anyone who said kind words to me. Anybody who would be nice to a creepy otaku like me definitely had some kind of ulterior motive. I shook my head no, and then forced myself to look up. The sweat got in my eyes and made my vision blurry. Her face was closer than I thought it would be. What color were her eyes?
なんで
なに？
ここにいる？
なんでって、タクに会いに来たんだよ。もしかして勝手に部屋に入ったこと怒ってる？でもそれはタクがちっとも返事してくれないから悪いんだよ。結構長い時間ノックしてたんだから。
I handed back the phone. As I watched her take it, I asked again.
なんで？
今度は何？
ここにいる。
Why had she visited me? If she came here to kill me, why wasn't she doing anything? That wimpy-looking transfer student didn't matter at all. What mattered was Remy. I had to do something about her.
あれれ
I heard a voice from the back of the class. Remy. She had started talking.
梢ちゃん転校してきたの
Kozui? Who the hell was Kozui? Who was Remy talking to?
なんだ崎畑、折原とは知り合いなのか？
はいそうです
Remy was talking to the teacher. I was getting even more confused. I couldn't even think straight. The transfer student laughed innocently.
リミさんを追いかけて私も来ちゃったの。
そうなのやることが大胆だな
What? Was Remy talking to the transfer student? Did they know each other? Was this transfer student a servant of the demon girl too? I froze, unable to do anything but listen to their conversation.
リミさんよろしくね。
こちらこそこれから楽しくなりそうだね
すごく楽しくなるかも。
だよね楽しみ
楽し
ねえそう思わない
み。思うよね。
西条匠
ああ、どうやら折原は緊張しているようだな。よし、挨拶はいい。
The teacher's voice brought me back to my senses. I was so relieved to find out that this was just a delusion. The transfer student was still standing there, timidly, not saying a word.
みんな、この子は折原梢だ。仲良くしてやってくれ。折原、席は一番後ろだ。席についていいぞ。
The transfer student bowed silently and started to walk toward me. Her seat would be 4 rows behind me. I thought about pretending to follow her with my eyes as she walked so I could look back and see who was there. But if I did, I would stand out a lot. Some DQN might see me and say, "Don't stare at the transfer student just because she's cute." Then they would try to beat me up. What should I do? Turn around or wait until homeroom ended? My head drooped as I squeezed my fists tightly. It was no good. I didn't have the courage. If I turned around and saw
その
her,
人って悪い人なの？だったらね、本当に殺してあげてもいいよ。
the transfer student passed by me. I gasped and looked up at her. Our eyes met, but she quickly turned away and passed me by. That voice. It was a delusion, right? Maybe I was under so much stress I was starting to lose sight of the distinction between delusion and reality. In the end, I stayed there trembling in my seat, lacking the courage to look around. I focused on trying to calm my fear of Remy, who I was sure was watching me. I guess I could listen.
あのさ、私だけど、別にあんたの声が聞きたいから電話したわけじゃないんだからね。なんとなく暇だったからとかその程度の理由だから、わかった？でもクラスが別になって最近話す機会が少なくなったね。あんた、私のことどう思ってるわけ？例えばさ、私に告ってみようとか思わないわけ？別にあんたに告られたからって私は嬉しくもなんともないんだからね。そもそも 私が OK する保証は万に一つぐらいしかないんだし。でもさ、行動しなくちゃ何も始まらないって思わない？とにかくあんたは試しに告ってみること。わかった？じゃあ今日の放課後伝説の木の下で待ってるから。急いで来なさいよ。来なかったら承知しないんだからね。
Yeah, that could totally happen. Wait, no, it couldn't. Our school didn't even have a legendary tree. Who was that tsundere girl supposed to be anyway? She was kind of a lame character. I should have made it Seiratan at least. I guess now wasn't the time for delusions. I sighed a lonely sigh and decided to listen to the message. I looked around to make sure the demon girl wasn't anywhere nearby and put the phone up to my ear. Nobody came out from the back. I started to have an awful premonition. This wasn't right. Had I wandered into someplace I really shouldn't be? As I stood in front of the register, I took a quick look outside. I couldn't see a single person moving on the other side of the glass doors, but I could see a silhouette, partially hidden by the shadow of the condo building across from me.
Huh?
The silhouette quickly hid, but I still could see it clearly. There was something long and black in his hands, like a tube. Was that a sniper rifle? It would either be a police force mobile unit or maybe the special assault team. I hadn't seen anybody because the police had sealed off the area. But why? Suddenly I had a shocking realization. I quickly looked around the store before hiding myself behind a shelf. Could there be a hostage situation happening in the store? Maybe there was a criminal in the back room who had taken the cashier hostage, and maybe that criminal was the one responsible for the New Jin murders. Oh no. I crouched down with my head in my hands. Why had I come to someplace so dangerous? And what were the police doing? If they had this area sealed off, why didn't they stop me before I came in? Was there any way to get out? If I stayed here, they would take me
Stream
hostage
Elements
too.
said, "Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate."
Fortunately, I hadn't run into the criminal yet. If they were locking themselves up in the back room, now was my chance to run. I was so scared my knees were shaking. I could barely even stand up. Still, I somehow managed to stand up and slowly head towards the door when... It started with a really stereotypical message, the kind you didn't even see on police procedurals anymore. A policeman was yelling into a microphone outside the store. I was so startled that I hid behind the shelf again. It was like something out of a cheesy old movie. Didn't they have any hostage negotiators or anything? That was short, just 30 seconds. Wait, force? Were they going to put the hostage in danger? If somebody tried that in modern Japan, wouldn't the media crucify them? What were the cops thinking? I held my breath and stayed as still as I could. My heart was pounding really fast. It felt like it was about to burst. If the police did come in, this store would turn into a war zone. I would be caught up in it. Maybe I would get hit by a stray bullet and die. please, no. The criminal seemed to be doing nothing at all. The inside of the store was dead quiet. I was starting to get mad. Why had the criminal done something so stupid? Come on, just surrender. Surrender or something might happen to me too. I peeked out from the shelf and looked outside again. Shockingly, there was a full team of SAT snipers out there, plainly visible, pointing their rifles right at me. I quickly pulled my head back. The police seemed intent on shooting the killer. Was that even legal in Japan? I couldn't believe it. No way. Come on, please stop. I looked around helplessly before I happened to look down at my hands. For some reason, my hand was holding a knife. It was stained red too. This was blood. I was confused. When did I get this knife? Where did it even come from? I heard a moan right next to me. The cashier was lying there. It was a dull, unimpressive-looking college kid. His hands were bound behind his back, and his mouth was sealed with tape. He was staring at me. His eyes were flushed with terror. Why was he looking at me? Don't look at me like that. You're looking at me like I'm the criminal. Wait, the criminal? Am I the criminal? No, it's not me. I didn't do anything. No. 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 Police don't act like that. Why would they scream fire anyway? This wasn't an old war movie or something. Several minutes had passed while I was lost in my delusion. There was no sign of any employee at all. I wanted to believe that the cashier was just asleep, so I waited another 5 minutes. But there was still no sign of the cashier or anybody else. There wasn't even any sound. My body froze. I had to say something. I had to say something. Anything. But I didn't know what to say. The more I tried to think, the more my mind began to go blank. Suddenly, Remy wiped her nose. Out of sheer reflex, I looked up in surprise. She was crying. I didn't know why, but she was sobbing. I felt even more confused, so I just sat there silently like an idiot. I couldn't even think of anything else. Remy spoke in a teary voice.
邪魔だよね。
And then she turned around and walked out of the classroom. I wanted to scream, "That's not true." I wanted to tell her. I just didn't know how to talk to her. That was all. I thought about going after her, but in the end I couldn't get up from my seat. Even if I did, what should I say to her? What could I say? Do I say I love you? Do I say we're friends? Impossible. I didn't know anything about Mimi. Sure, she had saved me the other day, but she was still this mysterious person who had just come into my life out of nowhere. I didn't know if I liked her or not. I didn't have any memories of her I could use to decide. Misumi came back from talking to the transfer student. He looked at me with pity in his
泣か
eyes.
せちまったな。あいつ前に俺に相談してきてたんだぜ。タクのことが好きなんだけど全然気づいてもらえないって。
What the heck? When had that happened? I shook my head violently.
だってわからないんだ。さっぱりわからないんだよ。
わかるかわからないか、そんな理屈の話じゃねえだろ。ま、結局お前は一生ニートやってろってこった。
I never spoke to Rimi again after that, all the way up to graduation. Even when we would see each other in class, we avoided each other. And then after graduation, just like Misumi said, I became a NEET forever and never saw Rimi again. Maybe I would end up with a bad ending like that. That would be pretty sad. But it was just the simple truth that I didn't know anything about Rimi. I had no choice but to sit there in silence.
タク、
Since I wasn't saying a single word, Rimi seemed a little scared when she talked to me. But I couldn't even react. From her perspective, it must look like I was ignoring her. In my mind, I knew this wasn't right, but I still couldn't bring myself to do anything.
大丈夫？
This time I nodded, desperately. I probably looked really weird.
そう。だったらいいんだ。
Her tone was gentle. Somehow, unbelievably, I had managed to avoid the bad ending. She wants to know if I'm okay. Suddenly, I wanted to ask her, when she had seen me in front of the 107, how had the world looked to her? Suddenly, I stopped. What if she suddenly leaped at me with her D-sword? The idea scared me to death. I would be so terrified I would probably do whatever she wanted me to. I took another step inside the car, but then I stopped again. This was just what Senna wanted me to do. I was like a moth to a flame, or a moth caught in a spider's web, or something. This wasn't safe. What was I doing walking right to my death? I should run. Running would be much safer. I could tell from the chain that she was incredibly strong. She could just twist her hand a little and drop me helplessly to the ground, breaking my arm. And that wasn't all. She had a D-sword too. If that huge, heavy sword hit me, I would be dead. She would be waiting for me. She was planning something. I had to get out of here now. I turned around to run. But the door to the train was closed. I had only just come in. Just a few seconds had passed. So why? Without a sound, without any sign, had the door been able to close? I just stood there helplessly. I couldn't understand what had happened. When had the door closed? Who had shut it? That wasn't an automatic door, and even if it was, I would have heard a noise when it closed. Cinna had been sitting on her seat, not moving at all. It hadn't been her. And of course it wasn't me either. I hadn't even touched it. I wondered if the manager of the car might be somewhere nearby, but I looked outside the window and didn't see anyone who looked like that. No, wait. It didn't matter who had shut the door. I looked toward the door at the other end of the car. It was closed too. I was locked in. The only people in the car were Cinna and me. What did that mean? 1,000 negative thoughts came to me and made me want to scream.
いつまで
Cinna spoke, glaring at
そ
me.
こに突っ立っているつもりだ
There was nowhere to run. My legs were shaking. If I made a lot of noise, the people outside might notice, but before they could intervene, Cinna would kick the crap out of me. For now, the smart thing to do would be to not resist. I gave up and walked over to Cinna. Wait, if there were so many people out there, how come none of them thought it was strange that Cinna and I were locked inside of the train? None of them were paying the train even the slightest bit of attention. Just like when it closed, the door had silently opened again at some point in our conversation. The whole conversation felt like a strange dream, like maybe it had never happened at all. Her hand slowly moved away. I tried to shout, but she put her hand over my mouth again. I couldn't breathe.
どうして声を出すの約束したのにしたよねしたって言ってしたでしょしたよ
I couldn't believe the strength in her grip. She was pressing on my jaw with incredible strength. My fear reached its peak and my knees started to buckle. All I could do was nod desperately as she spoke to me in her cold voice. She finally weakened her grip, but she didn't let go like she had done a moment ago. Shit! She was a real stalker. How had she found me here? No, it wasn't that hard to figure out. The first day I had met her, I had seen her, too. She was watching me from room 36. Trying to hide here was hopeless. How could I have been so stupid?
ごめんなさい
She whispered softly enough that nobody around us could hear. Her voice was weak and powerless again. It was like she had two personalities. This woman was
驚
crazy.
かせちゃいましたよねでも西条くんとお話しするにはこうするしかなかったんです
She looked so apologetic that she actually made me feel a little guilty. She was one hell of an
昨
actress.
日あなたの家に行ったんですけどいませんでしたよね夜まで待ってたんですけどでも私を避けようとする西条くんの気持ちはよくわかります私西条くんのこと騙してたわけだし
If you know that, then just leave me alone. Then just leave me alone. I had nothing to say to one of Shogun's servants, particularly the sort of awful person who had tried to trick and trap someone as helpless as
で
me.
もお願いです一つだけ言わせてくださいこれ以上あなたが傷つくのもあなたが不幸になるのもあなたのせいで不幸になる人が出るのも見たくないんです
What was she talking about? She was making it sound like she knew everything about me. She hadn't even spent a full day with me. What could she possibly understand? Was this another of her crazy delusions? I started to flail my limbs about in fear, but Yua wouldn't let go. She might kill me at this rate. Had Shogun given up on trying to trap me and sent Yua as an assassin instead? I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I don't want to die.
ごめんなさい。お願いだから静かにしてください。話はすぐ終わりますから。
Her voice was shaking, but her hands were so strong and holding me so tightly that I couldn't even move. I couldn't believe her tiny hands could have so much power.
石城くん。
She got closer. I desperately looked away.
もう
Maybe I wasn't sleepwalking. Maybe the person controlling me, a me who wasn't me, another personality who wasn't me. No, I was imagining things. I hadn't done anything that would make the police suspicious of me. I hadn't killed anybody. I was innocent and harmless. For now, I just needed to rest a little more. My heart was still pounding hard. I looked up at the night sky, taking one shallow breath after another. I couldn't see the stars. The bright artificial lights of the city created a thin veil that blocked out the sky above Shibuya. The faint light of the stars had traveled dozens, if not hundreds, of light years to get here, only to be blocked off by a veil of ugly blackness. It was such a cheap sky, but in Shibuya this was normal. I lived in Shibuya, so this was my sky. I looked back toward the policeman. My whole body froze. He was coming close to me. I needed to make sure not to make eye contact. I stood up and looked over the side of the bridge. The footsteps were getting closer. I prayed they would pass me by. But...
Kimi.
He spoke. He was definitely talking to me.
ちょっといいか?
My heartbeat had almost calmed down, but it suddenly sped up again.
すいません。急いでるんで。
そうは見えないな。
Why was he talking to me? I listed the options in my mind. Because I was alone at night in a place like this? Because I looked suspicious? He was just questioning everyone. He thought I was possibly the new Jin killer.
身分を証明するもの。そうだな。生徒手帳を見せてくれないか?
Damn it. I didn't have time for this. I needed to get somewhere that wasn't so out in the open. Yua might find me again. But if I ran away from the policeman, I might get arrested. And even worse, if option number 4 was right, running might only make things worse for me. I would just have to get through this. With no other choice, I took out my student ID from my jacket pocket and showed it to him. He took it and checked my name and picture. Then something changed in his face. He frowned. What? Why are you reacting like that? Is my name that big of a deal? Maybe I was a suspect in the new Jin killings after all. But the cops were wrong. I didn't do it. Yua said I did, but I didn't. She said I just didn't know it. But that was impossible. I didn't sleepwalk. I didn't have multiple personalities. She was just wrong about everything. Surprisingly, the policeman gave me back my ID, and then he turned back toward the park as if he was running away. Something was very wrong. I had a really bad feeling. Did they really think I did it? I stared at him. He went over to the man on the bench and bowed to him a little, or at least that's what it looked like. It was weird. I was imagining things, right? But he definitely looked over at the man on the bench. Whether he bowed or it just looked like he bowed, I couldn't tell from here. The policeman left the park. The man on the bench was playing with his phone. At least that's what it looked like. But his fingers weren't moving, or so it seemed from here. It was too dark to tell. Normally, I would be able to see the light from the phone's LCD display, but I didn't. Something was strange. I looked around at the other people in the park. One of the homeless men was sitting on a stump away from the others. He wasn't moving at all. He was looking down and he seemed to be holding some kind of strange board. There were 3 homeless people in front of a little shack covered in a blue tarp, but they didn't seem to be talking. They were just sitting there. One of them had a hand up to their mouth. His sleeve and hand were blocking any view of his mouth in a way that seemed almost too obvious. Maybe. I couldn't tell for sure, but it was weird. There was a strange tension in the park, but maybe even that was just my imagination. Maybe everyone in the park was a plainclothes detective. The delusion came bubbling up in my mind, making me shiver. I told myself frantically that was just a delusion, but I didn't want to stay here any longer. I should get out of here. I started running. I ran over the bridge and headed to the steps going down towards Meiji Street. As I stopped, I looked back at the park. The man on the bench had stood up. None of the others moved. The man's body was turned toward me, but his face was turned to the side. He was about to walk toward me. It felt like he was walking a little fast. He was chasing me. That man was a detective. He seemed to be in a really good physical shape for one thing. I had no idea what he did for a living. I couldn't tell just by looking at him. I didn't know for sure that he was a detective. No, he was a detective. He had to be. He was tailing me. I couldn't stay here. I ran down the stairs. Shit. Now it wasn't just Yua, the cops were after me too. And I hadn't done anything. I hadn't done anything at all. Should I proclaim my innocence? But right now I was running from the police, and they were probably just going to try and frame me anyway. They wouldn't believe a creepy otaku like me. I didn't have time to think about what would happen next. For now, I just needed to get away from Yua and the police. That one desire was the only thing driving me. Fess was hot. Misumi was right when he had said so before. You couldn't really tell when she wore her school uniform, but in this outfit, it was obvious. She was tall, and her breasts were just the right size, and she had a curvy waist too. And then there were her legs, shown off beneath her miniskirt. They were long and well-toned. She looked like a model. A girl with proportions like hers might look great in a competition swimsuit. No, wait a second. A school swimsuit might be better. The cool, cold Fess in a school swimsuit. That would create the perfect gap between costume and persona. Nugent. Another crazy chick. Find it and you'll be saved. And if I was going to save myself from them. The sword was the one that Fess was waving around during her concert. There wasn't a single straight edge on the whole thing. Beautiful. Fess was standing there wearing a school swimsuit. Fess was beside me, and Fess was in front of the stairs. There were 2 of the same person in the same place, and one was wearing a school swimsuit. Shocked, I looked back and forth from one to the other. Their face, build, hair, everything was the exact same. The only difference was their clothes and whether they were holding a sword or not. They weren't twins or anything like that. They didn't just look alike. They were exactly the same. I had seen lots of girls in their swimsuits in H games, but this was totally different. Fess was standing in this filthy tunnel in a school swimsuit. It even said Kishimoto in marker on the chest. Totally moe. It was such an incredible situation that my head was spinning. I knew I shouldn't look, but I kept glancing at it anyway. It took a lot of effort to look down so I couldn't see.
ごめん。
I found myself apologizing. This was just what I had been imagining in my delusions a few minutes ago. Fess wearing a school swimsuit.
君が望んだ妄想
Both of them spoke the same words at the same time. I gulped. My face was turning red with incredible speed. I had to come up with an excuse. I had to come up with some kind of lie. If a 3D girl labeled you a pervert, you were finished. You would be banished from society. Wait, no, that was important. But more importantly, what the hell was going on here?
なぜこの渋谷という場所は若者たちをこんなにも引きつけると思う
Vess began to talk about something completely different. Internally, I was relieved. I thought she would treat me like I was a pervert, but instead she just ignored all that.
日本いいえ世界を見渡してみてもこんな場所他になかなかないわ
Did that have something to do with the D sword? If not, I didn't care. I needed Vess to tell me how to get a real D
新
sword.
宿でも池袋でもなくて渋谷この街の名前が一人歩きをしてしまうくらい
The two Fesses were speaking to me simultaneously, one in front of me and one in back. They were in perfect sync. Listening to them made me feel kind of strange. Maybe Fess had split. Maybe one of them was real and the other wasn't. Or maybe both were fake.
日本中の人たちに刻まれているわ若者の街という記号なぜかしら
Why? Well, I didn't care.
ファッションの街だからお店がたくさんあるから流行の発信地だからよくテレビに映るから交通の便がいいから違うわどれ
The two Fesses paused for a moment. I felt awkward with a Fess watching me both in the front and the back.
大いなる意志工事存在もっとわかりやすく言う神よ意志な
Could this be? Was I being recruited for some kind of weird cult? I started to panic. I wasn't sure if I should run. But when she said her next words, that ceased to be an
理
option.
想だものだその意志に導き
I left the classroom and headed to the front entrance of the school. But on the way there, I changed my mind and headed back to the building where the first-year students were. It felt like I would do better to avoid the main gate. There was a chance Shogun or Yua might be waiting for me there. I decided to leave by another route. I used the one connecting corridor that led to the first-year students' building. The bell had rung a little while ago, so the only kids left around were the ones on cleaning duty, or in clubs and on sports teams. There was something slightly lonely and nostalgic about a school after the last bell rang. It didn't matter if it was an old wooden school or a newer one like Suimei Academy. Not that I had ever been to an old wooden school outside of an H game. Either way, the school was quiet. I walked as quickly and quietly as I could through the silence. The setting sun felt warm through the windows. Normally, I walked with my head down, but there were no other students around me, so I walked with my head held up, alert, watching for anybody suspicious. Sound. I could hear a sound. What was it? It felt like I had heard it somewhere before. Then I saw something pass across my vision and down the corridor at the end of the hallway. It was an empty wheelchair. Images of the group dive I had seen yesterday came into my mind. I felt a chill run down my spine and froze. The wheelchair vanished from my vision. And then I heard an incredibly loud noise. The silence returned. I held my breath and stared in the direction the sound seemed to have come from. What did I just see? Why was there a wheelchair at school? And why wasn't anybody sitting in it? That last noise was probably the sound of the wheelchair falling down the stairs. If it was that loud, the chair was probably broken into pieces now. I looked around, the quiet suddenly seeming eerie. From where I was standing, at least, I couldn't see anything moving. But I could feel a gaze. Don't look at me. Was Shogun here? Was he at school? Why? To meet with Yua? To find me? I took a step back. When I did, I almost fell backward. I somehow managed to regain my balance. I felt cold and clammy. Was this some kind of prank? Why wouldn't they show themselves? I would feel better if they actually just showed up. I suddenly felt like throwing up. I wanted to get out of here as soon as I could. I ran back the way I had come, holding my hands over my mouth. By the time I made it down the stairs and into the courtyard, I couldn't hold it in any more. The second I dropped to my knees, the contents of my stomach came flooding up my throat. Snap it in half? Where did that come from? I thought Rimi wasn't the kind of girl to do something so DQN-like. Rimi ignored my confusion and started talking.
その CD を持ってる人は呪われちゃうの。たく知らなかったでしょ。私の調べた情報によるとね、ニュージェネの被害者はみんなその CD を買った人なの。フェスの予言は CD を買った人にだけ当てはまるフェスの呪いなの。
That's impossible.
ニュージェネ事件は全部フェスの仕業。急がないと次に死ぬのはタクだよ。おーい。
Suddenly I came back to my senses. Rimi waved her hand in front of my face, looking
どう
confused.
したの？急に意識がどこかに飛んじゃってたみたいだけど。
いや、なんでも。
It was just a delusion. That scared me.
その調子だと話聞いてなかったでしょ。
うん。
じゃあもう一回言うけど、私のお気に入り CD を貸すっていうので手を打ってくれないかな。
は？
ねえねえ、いいでしょ？お願いします。この通り。
あ。
Well, this is how it would actually happen in reality, right? I nodded, and she gave a little cheer of joy. It was so funny that I couldn't help but laugh, despite the danger I was in. Sometimes I was surprised at how overly friendly Remy seemed. That is 1800 friends. We will continue this tomorrow. Stay safe and give me a moment to see if there is somebody to raid. Let's see, what are our options? Oh, I just accidentally did something. Oh, I accidentally did something. Hold up. Oh, god damn it. Okay. Let's see. What are our options for a raid? Do. Okay. Here's the raid message. Like I said, we will be playing that tomorrow. We'll be continuing the story and whatnot. Stay safe, friends.
Unicorn Turtle said, "Turtle time."